whatever else. Mama Bear, are you familiar with the Bardstown murders? I know you're familiar with Crystal Rogers.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe once we get into it, but
Yeah.
at the moment, it
I've
doesn't
wanted to
seem like
touch
it.
on this for a while, and I found another thing I was reading. I did a lot of reading yesterday, a lot of researching shit.
Good.
And Doodle said howdy. Howdy to you, ma'am.
Hiya, doodle.
There was a link that I clicked on. I was reading there. They're talking about the relation between the possibility of Crystal Rogers, the Bardstown murders. Of course, just Jason Ellis, which was a police officer that lost his life. There's this the whole Bardstown thing is a complete and total mess. Um,
I
so
mean, Bardstown sounds familiar, but beyond that, I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, it's a wild story, and it's going to take a little while. So I figure, what the hey. And then Mom brought one up last night that I had been looking at. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Somebody just asked a question and I missed it. Where'd it go? Kentucky. Somebody asked me where it was. It's in Kentucky. Sorry. She brought up the Erica Frazier case, which I had looked at, which was another wild one. So that's one we're going to be digging into here soon. I got so many I want to get into these cold cases. So we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And I know I do it Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I'm thinking about doing it more. Maybe 3 days a week and just doing 2 days with just the other stuff, maybe.
I thought that's what you were doing.
No,
Three days
I'm
of
doing Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I do cold cases, but I'm thinking of doing it like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You mean
Just
more
an
than
add,
3 days?
yeah, just add an extra day. That's all. Because I really enjoy these a lot, and I think a lot of people have been enjoying the cold case stuff. Arctic started off yesterday. For those of you that didn't see it, I think most of you guys did though. He started back into live streaming again, doing cold cases as well. It did an amazing job. Very, very good job. For those of you that weren't there, please go check that out. You telling you what, for not doing it for a while, brother. You did a great job. I'm telling you. That's a fact. Did we drop his link too for anybody that doesn't have that? Hello, Cassie, Sassy. I'll be back in a little bit. Stop teasing us.
Mm-hmm.
She comes in and goes, "Hi, bye," and she's gone. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm just teasing you. Tell Miss Liberty I said, "Hi, Libby." Yes,
I
we're
always think
about.
of her every time I see that
I'm
Liberty
sorry.
Mutual
Yeah, yeah,
insurance. I always
yeah.
think of her and I'm like, Liberty, Bibberty. I could
Liberty,
just hear
liberty,
Liberty
liberty,
saying
liberty.
it.
Right, right. It's cute. I do want to throw this up first. I don't know if anybody saw this. There's a missing 2-year-old, by the way, out of Oregon, Siletz, near Siletz River. So I want to show that first and foremost, okay, to get that information out, just in case. Excuse me, Mama Bear put this in here early this morning. Thank you for that, because of course we need to focus on our missing kids right away. I don't know, Arctic. Is there an Amber Alert out for him? Because I never saw one. Um,
They
unless I
said,
met. Oh no, yes I did. Dane Paulson. I'm sorry.
yeah. They said that he didn't. The criteria wasn't there for an Amber Alert.
I know it's so irritating. So irritating. Good morning, Miss Kimber. There's the other link for Miss Kimber, the co-host right now for Mind of Monsters channel, guys. Miss Kimber's getting her channel up and running as well. So please go support that. Hit that like button, share it out, hit the like, or I'm sorry, subscribe and the notification bell so you don't miss anything when Miss Kimber starts. She's got shorts, lots and lots of shorts, guys, and she does very well with them. So please go check it out. Please go check it out and support. Again, thank you last night, Kimber. Great show over at Mom's. Much appreciated. I'm losing my voice, you guys. You guys aren't going to get too lucky. Don't worry. It won't go away completely.
Thank you, Arctic. That means a lot. I appreciate you.
What did he say? I don't. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Agreed. That is the plan, y'all. That is the plan. We're going to bring our lovely Mama Bear. up into the spotlight and get her moving for sure.
Sorry, Tomboy.
No Amber Alert. Yeah, that's bullshit, you guys. Yeah, exactly, Kimber. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we got to get this petition out there. We need 200 plus. So let's try that again. 200 plus signatures on Arctic's petition to get things changed with this Amber Alert, guys, and it needs to happen. So, again, if we can drop that link in here, please and thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Mama Bear deserved this 2 years ago, guys, but that stupid job that they took advantage of her in.
Yep. 2 days a week went to 2 years later.
And now you got the kids settled and doing their thing?
Not yet.
Oh, no? Okay.
They have their well, me and the kids have a meeting in the morning. They're gonna show us or tell us, how to do all the login information to the different things and how to get to the classes and
right.
All of that, and then they're supposed to start on
Gotcha.
So
well,
should
good.
be settled this week, and then hopefully, good. Knock on wood, fingers, toes, eyes, everything crossed, it's smooth sailing and everybody loves it and enjoys it, and I can breathe.
You just put that in my head. Now I can't get rid of it. Took me back to my kids' childhood. Eyes, fingers, knees, and toes. Remember that song?
Yeah.
My kids used to walk around and sing that all day long, and now it's stuck in my head again. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guys, there's the link for Arctic's petition. Please click that link. Let's get this signed so we can get that 200,000 signatures on this and get some stuff done and get this petition changed to where it fits everybody from the age of birth to 18 years old. If you go missing and you're a child, of course, because you're that age, an Amber Alert goes out, and I think they should be nationwide. I truly do. Just put it out there. It should be very simplified. There's an Amber Alert. If a child goes missing, you pick it up, you make that call. My child's gone. Amber Alert goes out, and I'm telling you, we've been talking about it for days and weeks, and the cases that they've been bringing these kids home. Arctic really pointed it out too. Look how fast these kids are getting found when these Amber Alerts go out. Mm-hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Instead of waiting a week, 3 days, a month, 40 years. You know what I mean? You had to do it now. Why not? Get it done. We can get these kids home.
Yep. Hi, Elisa. Yeah, I'm worried he's in the river.
Dane?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am a little bit too. Lisa Joe, good morning, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Jules, welcome. Great to have you here as well. Anybody else that's joining us that's not in chat, God bless, and thank you so much for being here. We appreciate every single one of you guys so very much. Again, y'all, please, if you will, make sure that you click on Mama Bear's link. Jump on over there. It just takes a second. If you're in here, jump on over there and click her side of things. Jump in. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything Mama Bear puts out. And again, like I said, we're going to be streaming here and there. So I'm going to get to visit Mama Bear's house sometimes too. And you guys will too. So welcome, Lacey Pear. Good to see you. I'm excited for that. I don't like my house isn't always so clean. We can go to your house and hang out there for a while.
My house is never clean.
See, Doodle's over there already. Jump on over there.
3 teenagers, a 2-year-old dog, and a husband. So, I mean.
Right. Yeah, see? Doodle's over at Mama Bear's house right now serving cake and bacon for Miss Kimber. We have cake for everybody and bacon for Miss Kimber. Or cake and bacon if you like the combo. I don't know. I think bacon probably could go with just about anything. So.
Really? Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, Miss Lacey. Of course. We don't do drama here, ma'am. Not at all. Thank God. All right, guys. Let's check this out real quick about Dane here. And then we'll get into our stuff here. I've got some missing posters to show you guys too, of course.
Rain and cool temperatures didn't slow down the crowds of community members combing the roads and wilderness in the town of Siletz in Lincoln County. They are hoping to find any clue that may lead them to 2-year-old Dane Paulson, who disappeared while playing outside his home near the Siletz River late Saturday afternoon.
At the time of Dane's disappearance, He was playing in the front yard of the residence, out of sight of his parents. Dane is friendly and fearless and was comfortable around strangers in water, but
Welcome,
cannot
Tater.
swim.
Hundreds of people have taken part in the search efforts thus far, including 88 certified search and rescue members, 40 investigators with multiple agencies, and nearly 150 community volunteers.
382 acres have been searched thus far, as well as 283 miles covered.
Watercraft and divers have searched the nearby river, and heat-seeking drones have monitored from the skies. The FBI has joined the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office and multiple other agencies on the ground. Right now, investigators don't believe any crimes have taken place.
There is no evidence at this time to suggest that any criminal actions were involved in the incident.
The search will continue overnight and into Monday, with drones taking the lead while the sun is down. Before dark on Sunday evening, the community came together for a vigil, with those in attendance hoping Dane makes it home safely. Officials continued to ask for any information the public might have as rescue efforts continue.
Detectives and special agents with the FBI have been following up on leads given to us from the community. We continue to ask for any information be sent to us through our tip line, which is 541-265-0669.
You're muted.
Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?
Right.
I'm with you on that. I'm really nervous about the river. Okay.
SRB and I were talking this morning, and we can't figure out where the supervision was, because whether it was a babysitter, the parents, it wasn't real clear.
I know.
Whoever
and
it was
again,
not outside with him.
Yeah, right. He shouldn't be out there by himself, but I have a bad feeling that may be. Well, we do have people that say, I was watching him through the window. I don't care. You don't leave, especially when there's a body of water close. You don't leave a 2-year-old outside. They're so fast. There's no way you're going to get out that door. And I mean, guys, we know this, how fast they can move. Even if they got doing little legs, they can go and they can get somewhere quick. Good morning, Gary. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Good to see you today. All right, let me play this one too, guys, real quick, and then we're going to go through some posters here.
2-year-old in Siletz. Dane Paulson disappeared from his front yard Saturday afternoon. Dozens of volunteers and law enforcement have been trying to find him since. K2's Christina Giardinelli joins us live with the latest on this. Christina, investigators were originally looking for a car that was spotted nearby, right? What's happening with that this morning?
Yeah, Angelica, as of last night, Lincoln County sheriffs say they are no longer interested in that vehicle. They did speak to the owner of that vehicle, and they're not a party of interest anymore. Now, an Amber Alert was not issued in this case because police say they have no reason to believe that there's any criminal activity involved. Take a look at your screen right now. This is Dane Paulson. He was last seen wearing a gray fuzzy hoodie with ears. He had blue and white shoes on and black pants. He has brown hair and green eyes. He went missing from his front yard, from the front yard of his home near milepost 21 on the Siletz River Highway around 4:25 Saturday afternoon. Lincoln County Sheriff Adam Shanks says 138 volunteers have been helping law enforcement and search and rescue crews from all around the area. Have a listen.
At the time of Dane's disappearance, he was playing in the front yard of the residence, out of sight of his parents. Dane is friendly and fearless and was comfortable around strangers in water, but cannot swim. Dane is known to love water and vehicles.
Now, Adam says diver teams from multiple counties have been searching the Siletz River, which flows near Dane's home. You can see from the map here that Siletz River Highway, or Highway 229, crosses over the river. So far, search parties have covered 382 acres and have searched 283 miles. Now, the sheriff is asking community volunteers not to go into the primary search area and instead to meet at Elks.
Welcome, Klein.
Sheriff also asked volunteers not to continue searching after dark, although those official efforts did continue. Volunteers should be meeting here as the sun goes up. We'll keep track of this. For now, live in Southwest Portland, Cristina Giardinelli, K2
Yeah,
News.
the last thing they need is for a volunteer to get lost. We just hope we're going to get some good news on this little boy today. Christina, thank you for the update.
Yeah, Arctic, I'm with you. This breaks my heart. I'm scared to death that I know what the outcome is going to be, unfortunately. Welcome, Klein. Great to see you. Moonlit Baby, Stormy's in the house. Gary Epley, Ray Knightley, all of you, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I appreciate you so very much. If we could drop Klein's link too, please, I would greatly appreciate that. Somebody. Yeah, I'm really nervous. Truly. The fact that he's friendly and fearless, that's very unnerving. The fact that that river's right there and he loves water, but he can't swim, that's beyond unnerving to me. And I have a bad gut feeling on this one. I don't want it to be true. Thank you, Arctic, very much, bro. Appreciate that. So all I can do is cross my fingers and pray to God that it doesn't turn out to be that. You know what I mean? That's really all I think any of us can do, and hope that we probably all will do. So all right, you guys, let's get some of these out here. Very important that we do. You still with me, Mom Bear?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, just making sure. Guys, we're going to start today off with Blaine Smith, missing since Friday, February 24th of this year from Fall Branch, Tennessee. Hold on, let me start. Move this. Blaine is 16. He left his home in Fall Branch on February 24th of this year around 6 p.m. Blaine was last seen wearing ripped black jeans, black hoodie, and white Nike shoes, possibly in the Johnson City area. Blaine has been in DCS custody here in the state of Tennessee for a year now. He went missing from that home in Fall Branch around 6 p.m. on Monday, February 24th. He was seen at a friend's house in the early morning hours on Tuesday, February 25th. On Rawhoff Road. This was not reported immediately, as it should have been, so he had a head start. He is without his medication, and we all know that that is not a good thing. If anybody knows anything about where Blaine is or anything whatsoever about Blaine's situation, please contact Detective Billy Walters at 423-798-1800, extension 1547, or clearly just dial 911 and let them know what's going on. Thank you, guys. Okay. Next up, we have Alana Merritt, guys, out of Syracuse, New York, last seen February 23rd of 1983. At the time that Lana went missing, she was 17 years old, 4'11", and weighed 145 pounds. Guys, this is a age progressed photo of Lana right here as to what she could possibly look like right now. She was last heard from when she called her grandmother early on the morning of February 23rd of 1983 and told her she was with friends and would be home a little later. Lana said she called from a payphone at James Townsend Streets. As far as her family knows, the only thing that Lana had with her when she disappeared was a grocery bag of clothes. Her makeup and toothbrush were left at home. She didn't have any money with her, and Lana usually wears jeans and a t-shirt, a brown rabbit fur coat, and brown boots. If anybody has any information on Lana's whereabouts or any details about her disappearance, please contact the Syracuse Police Department at 315-442-5111. Or if you, Lana, see this and recognize this as being you, please contact somebody and let them know that you're okay. The case number on this is 83-272298 if you were to contact Syracuse Police Department. Thank you, guys. You know, it's weird. I was just thinking, Mom Bear, it's so wild that with the newer ones that go missing, usually in the details about the backstory, you hear that they left home without their cell phone, this, that, and everything else. These cold case ones, there were no cell phones, so
Right.
you know what I mean. It's so strange to see that in some with the old ones and the ones without it. You know, it's wild.
It's even harder because it's like,
yeah. Definitely. Next up, guys, we have Miss Elizabeth Miller. Elizabeth is missing out of Idaho Springs, Colorado. And again, she was last seen in August 16th of 1983. At that time, Elizabeth was 14 years old, 5'4", and 105 pounds. This here is the age progressed photograph as to what Miss Elizabeth could look like now. She was last seen jogging at 10 a.m. on August 16th of 1983 in her hometown of Idaho Springs, Colorado. She was last seen in a park near her family's residence. Possible evidence relating to Elizabeth's case was found in Empire, Colorado in 1994. Some bone fragments, a piece of fabric similar to canvas, and a single blonde hair was found buried near Interstate 70. The bone fragments have never been identified, and in 2004, the police sent the hair to the FBI to test for mitochondrial DNA. They hope to conclusively link the hair to Elizabeth's case. She has a mole over her right eyebrow, and her nickname is Beth. If you have any information about Miss Elizabeth, please contact Idaho Springs Police at 303-567-4291, case number 0885-83. And again, Miss Elizabeth, if this is you, please reach out and let somebody know you are doing okay. Thank you, guys. Welcome, Brian. What's up? You all right?
Yeah, I'm just laughing at Brian.
Oh, surprise. Good morning, Brian. Thank you for joining us. Miss Peggy's in the house. I don't know if I said it already, but hello, Miss Peggy. Good to see you today. Looks like I got 21 of you guys in here. Please make sure to hit that like button, guys. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing today. I appreciate you so much. Next up, we have Tia Heath Jackson out of Staten Island, New York. Tia Heath was last seen August 14th of 1983. She was 10 years old when she went missing, 4'8" and weighed 90 pounds. This again here is the age progressed photograph of what she may look like today, you guys. She was last seen leaving the Mariners Harbor Motel on Forest Avenue in the New York City borough of Staten Island on August 14th of 1983. She lived in the hotel with her mother and 3 siblings, the family having moved there after getting burned out of their apartment at 1:30 p.m. while Tia Heath's mother was asleep. Another resident of the hotel sent Tia Heath out to purchase chicken wings from the Crown Supermarket in the 900 block of Richmond Avenue at 10 years old. You know, okay. Sorry. Tia Heath never returned to the hotel and has never been heard from again. Tia Heath has a burn scar on her left wrist and elbow and a mole on her left cheek. Her left eye is lazy and turns inwards. If you have any information about Tia Heath's location or anything whatsoever about the situation, if you know, please contact New York City Police at 212-694-7781, case number KNMP 00347. And again, if this is you by some chance, Tia Heath, and you see this, please contact somebody and let them know you're okay. Who sends a 10-year-old child to the store to buy chicken wings by themselves? I mean, am I crazy or?
I wouldn't.
Not in, I mean, even in 1983, I just don't, no. That's not, sorry. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm just not comfortable with that. All right, guys. Next up, we have Mr. George DeLeon. George went missing out of Miami, Florida. He was last seen March 1st of 2023. George was 79 years old at the time of his disappearance, was 5'6" and weighed 150 pounds. George Ronald DeLeon was last seen March 1st of 23 at his residence in Miami, Florida, and he is described to have white hair and brown eyes. If you have any information about George's whereabouts, please contact Miami-Dade Sheriff at 305-715-3300, case number PD 23-0322-097311. Thank you, guys. Stormy says, my mom used to send me the story at 10 to get it. You know what? You're right. But I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of this as maybe a long stretch. Maybe I used to go up to the deli on the corner by my house and I would get cigarettes with the note from my mom.
I don't know. I guess I just saw New York and I was just like, nope.
That's me. That's exactly what I thought.
But I've never been to New York, so I don't even know what New York is like.
I did the same thing. I just had this 10-year-old child walking through downtown New York, right? Same thing I did. I was like, nah, I don't get it, but okay, so be it.
Oh, Stormy.
The way our mind works, I guess. Oh, geez. I'm sorry, hon. Well, it was literally like a block. I would walk up to the little deli, we called it, and grab cigarette. Of course, my mom, they would write the little note. Please allow my child to buy cigarettes for me. I'd buy the cigarettes, and I was allowed to get candy with the change. She'd give me $3, guys, $3, and I would buy a pack of cigarettes, and I'd have all this change left over, all this extra money to buy a bag of candy. That'll tell you how much cigarettes were back then.
So, Brian, you're in your 70s. Is that what you're trying to say?
Decades? Well, Brian, I'm 50, so
I'm like 2 decades. So I'm like 50, 60, 70.
oh my God, I know.
You said
Yes,
just close. Wow. I would
road
not have
bike.
guessed that.
I miss those days. We had a big field behind our house, and the whole neighborhood would come together there. We'd play baseball and kickball, and I mean, all day games. They wouldn't, they would last days. Sometimes we'd have to break it off when the street lights come on and come back out and pick it up the next day and all that kind of stuff. But it was fun. It really was. Lisa says, "Yeah, mine was like 2 blocks, but there was very busy 4 line." Oh, yeah. See, I didn't have to cross any big roads, luckily. So. Yes, it was cheap. Gas was cheap. I remember when you could get $1 worth of gas and it would take you for 4 days. Of course, I had a Chevette too, so there's that. Next up, guys, David Clark out of Silver Springs, Florida. Last seen March 1st again of 2023. 38 years old at the time of his disappearance, 6 foot tall and 180 pounds. David Allen Clark last spoke to his family via text messaging on March 1st of 23 and has not been seen or heard from since. David's vehicle was found abandoned near Southeast 183rd Avenue Road and NFR 22 near the Ocala National Forest. David was known to explore the forest area for days at a time. He has a faded green ring tattoo on his ring finger. He is described to have strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes. If anybody knows or has any information about the location or whereabouts of David, please contact Marion County Sheriff at 352-8181. Sorry, 352-732-8181. Case number is 23008788. Or David, if you see this, please let somebody know you're okay, sir. Okay. Next up, everybody, we have Mr. Scott Guffey. This is out of Jefferson County, Colorado. Scott was last seen February 28th of 2025, and at that time was 40 years old. 5'7". He left his home around 5:30 that evening on Gartner Road off North Turkey Creek Road on Highway 73. Excuse me. Scott has a cognitive impairment and will need help getting home. He was wearing a blue-gray plaid jacket and dark sweats with white New Balance shoes and a Broncos hat. He currently has facial scruff, not a full beard. If anybody knows anything about Scott's whereabouts or his location, or Scott, if this is you and you see this by chance, please contact JCSO at 303-980-7300. Welcome, starting with Riley. Wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a great morning. Critical Minds in the house. Good to see you as well. All right. Next up, everybody, we have Mr. Keith Davis. This is out of Chicago, Illinois. Keith was last seen November 11th of 2023. He was 52 years old at the time of his disappearance, 5'7" and 175 pounds. Keith is missing from Chicago, Illinois, and he was last seen in the 7300 block of South Stewart Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, by family members, and he may have been involved in a traffic accident on the southern portion of Interstate 294 near South Holland, Illinois. He was driving a Mazda 3x5 and is also known to frequent the 4700 to 5100 block of South Dr. Martin Luther King Drive in Chicago. He has ties to Indiana and Minnesota, and he is likely wearing a black pea coat. If you have any information or knowledge about Keith's whereabouts, guys, please contact the Chicago Police Department at 312-747-8380, case number JG503268. All right, we got one or two more, I believe, and then we'll be out of here and moving into what we're doing, guys. Thank you so much for being here for this. We really appreciate you guys so very much. Who are you growling at, you little troublemaker? Boy, he's such a bully. And he's the smallest one. Little fuzz mop.
Did you find a home for the other one?
Milo's gonna be going to my buddy Dan's, I think. They just can't do it together anymore. They've been destroying the house. And Milo, because I don't know, there's too many things here. We talked to a dog trainer,
Mm-hmm.
and Milo is being territorial. And he started nipping at like Juniper and Xavier, my grandkids,
Oh,
growling, and I'm like, nope, that's done. And he's little. He couldn't do too much damage, but if he bites one of these kids, we're gonna have a problem. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's gonna go. And Dan lives by himself with his parents. And there's no kids. And
Sounds good. He'll get all the attention he
and
needs.
that's what it is. He's the trainer said he's jealous of the kids. He's jealous of any of the dog. And it's like, okay, I get it. And he's got I made a joke about it. I said it's like he's got sundowner's disease or something. He gets really mean at night. And the guy was like, they do get things like that. And I went, what? It's a dog. It's a dog. Are you serious? And he was like, oh yeah, they do. So it's just gonna be Alfred and Oliver, then my cat, and that'll be it. Milo he just doesn't. It doesn't happen. I've tried training him.
Mm-hmm.
He refuses to do things, and he's just angry. He's an angry dog. So I mean, he's happy, but he's angry. He's the white one, Brian. The other one, the bully, as I call him, is Scruff Nuts. The other name I call him too. He looks like the living dust mop. You know, if you put a stick.
I thought it was dust mop.
Yeah, I call him that too. I call him all sorts of things, but he's a bully. He's mean. About everything, and he's a pig. I mean, a pig. I've never seen a dog this small eat that much food in my life. He'll eat nonstop if you let him. So, next up, guys, we have Ella Saylor out of Muncie, Indiana, last seen February 3rd of 2024.
She just came up on her 1 year.
Yes, I was going to say that's been a year now, guys. She is now 14 when she went missing, 5'4", 230 pounds. This is an active Indiana Silver alert. Ella Saylor, 15, went missing on February 3rd of 2024. She was last seen wearing a gray Mackinac jacket with Washington, D.C. on the front and black pajamas with a puzzle piece printed on them. Ella is believed to be in extreme danger and may require medical assistance. Muncie, located 60 miles northeast of Indianapolis, is where she was last seen. If anybody has any information about Ella's whereabouts or any information whatsoever in regards to this situation, please contact Muncie Police Department at 765-747-4338. And let's see if we can bring Ella home, guys.
4838.
4838. I'm sorry. What did I say?
I don't know. You transpose the numbers somehow.
I'm sorry. My brain goes faster than my mouth. Or my mouth goes faster than my brain. Sorry. And that'll do it for those for today, guys. Thank you so much. And again, I don't believe there's any new updates on Sophia Franklin, who's still missing. And also the other one that we had for I haven't gotten any updates, I should say, at least. Hold on here. Let me double check something before I put my foot in mouth. Which I do that all the time. I don't see updates here. From my understanding, this has not changed. I don't know, Arctic, if you're still in here, bud, is there any changes with this situation? Oh my God, come on, Dago. Here we go. Okay, only took three times.
Third time's the charm.
Yes, as always. With the EMA alert that's out on this one, I don't know if there are. This is Anthony Stroder. He was with his non-custodial mother, Caitlin Thornton, and they were both with an RSO. They took off together and were not supposed to. Their vehicle was found in Amarillo, Texas, abandoned, and they were not. So Anthony, again, is 2 years old, 3 foot tall, 27 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. Caitlin, his mother, 22 years old, 5'6", 240 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. They, again, both with the RSO. Aurelio Cardenas, 26, 5'6", 145 pounds, brown hair and brown eyes. As far as I know, there are no new updates on this, and they have not yet been found. We need to get this little boy home to his custodial parent and away from this POS right here. So I'm going to keep showing that until something comes out of this one. And then, of course, the Sophia Franklin situation, I do believe that is still the way it is. They are believed to be in the Arkansas area, possibly. She was 3 months pregnant when she went missing with Gary Day, who is the father of the child, 41 years old. There was a order of protection, I think, or I might have that wrong. Either way, they weren't supposed to be together. Obviously, we know why. And from my understanding, they still have not been found yet, and they are still together, which they should not be. So if anybody has any information on that, please contact Wisconsin police and or just dial 911 and say, hey, I know this situation, and do not try to approach or anything like that, because I wouldn't want to put her in any more danger. Anything to add to any of that, Mama Burr?
Nope, don't think so.
Okay.
Hey,
Eddie in the house. What's up, brother? Hope you're having a great day, sir. Thank you for joining us. Speaking of Eddie, we're going to be doing a, I guess you could call it part 2 of the Idaho 4 Brian Koberger show that we did the last time Eddie was on panel. I promised everybody there was going to be a part 2. I was just kind of waiting for documents to drop and process and see what was going to happen. So we're going to be doing that, because I've had a lot of people email me asking about it. That will be coming up here soon, too. Leslie and Billy's in the house. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for being here. Mama Bear, do you have anything coming up here that we should put out there?
Let's see.
I know you just had a premiere 6:30 day before yesterday.
I think so. That sounds right.
Yeah, guys, go check that one out too, please. You gotta love it. Anything Mama Bear's, just hearing her talk is great to listen to. So
I think that one I actually did a voiceover. I didn't do my voice. The Jason Dale story was my voice.
Jason Dale, that was the one. Yes, it was. That was one beforehand. Just go watch them all, you guys. I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed. Welcome, Mark Schumann. Good to see you, my friend. Appreciate you.
I have one that I'm working on getting the information on. His name is Taylor J. Miller. I think it's basically a cold case. It was 2 years ago.
Okay.
He was shot and killed in broad daylight.
Oh.
And there's been no suspects. One witness is now refusing to talk.
Oh, we need to jump into that one then.
Yeah.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, how in the world? And apparently it was 2 guys. They fled on foot to the alley, and then they just poof, disappeared. But broad daylight, nobody saw anything. Supposedly didn't hear anything.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. You know how
that's
that
my
goes.
next one I'm working on.
Well, we will get on top of that then ASAP and get that rolling. 100%. Guys, there's the link again for Mama Bear's channel, Crime Time with Mama Bear. Anybody that doesn't have that channel, subscribe to them yet. What are you doing? Get your head checked. Get over there, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you don't miss nothing. Please and thank you, and share it out, guys. There she is, SR. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Anybody want to, should I do a poll? Anybody want to guess how many cups of coffee Dago's had already today?
Let's see. It's 11. Sure, we can do that.
Just for fun. Let's see what we get.
Thanks, SRB.
Actually, the poll doesn't work that way. I'm just going to ask. Just do it. Just ask. How many of you guys think I've had so far? It's just a yes and no thing. Tomboy said 8. Mark said 3. SRB said 4. Rose said 4. Eddie said 3. Leslie said 5.
I say 6.
And Mom Bear said 6. I have had, Lisa said 3.5. Of course you did, Lisa. That was cute.
I was going to say she couldn't give it even
Right,
number like everybody else.
Of course. Lisa's got to be different. That's the way it works. The best way to have her. I have this is almost gone now, and I've been awake since 4:15. Mind you, this was set up last night at 1:00 in the morning, and I was up till 1. Stayed up till 1. Was talking to Doodle, and I was working on this and doing that and everything else, and got up at 4:15 because that's what time Brandy went to work. This is number, I think it's 8 3/4.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder you have high blood pressure.
Actually, my blood pressure is good.
Huh.
It's just the caffeine doesn't really affect it. It's the cigarettes that's what affects it. That's why I'm quitting. Eventually.
Right, Lisa? See, I was going off. I was like, okay. I was like, it's Monday. Caden had to go to school, so around 6.
Y'all, I can smell colors. Just telling you.
I bet.
I can smell colors. I am ready for the world right now. Yes. I'm gonna crash later, but I'm after this though, I'm done. I had to make tea because the tea I drank was it was gone. I had to reboil that stuff or brew it, whatever you call it. So it is what it is. All right. All right, guys. So anybody is anybody familiar with the Bardstown Murders situation? And of course, I know I can tell my title. I screwed it up. I know a lot of you guys are familiar with the Crystal Rogers case. Bardstown is in Kentucky, and just a mess. It's a huge mess. I read a lot into this kind of stuff, and it's wild. And I found a link. I was reading through it about a possible connection, of course, with the Bardstown murders and Crystal Rogers disappearance and situation, of course, there too. So that's what we're getting into, guys. Just a mess. The whole thing is really crazy. Really crazy. Okay, let me get my downloads up here. Got a few news things, and then we'll roll into the whole thing. Mata Hari's in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm Marta Hari.
All right, we're going to start off with this, guys.
Hey, I'm Mark. They're familiar with Bardstown too.
Yes. It's a wild story. The whole case is nuts. So, absolutely, Mata Hari. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. Good Lord, Lisa, you're saying JFC to me, but I have 2 40-ounce tumblers full of sugar-free Red Bull a day.
Oh, I don't know
So,
which is worse.
That's my thought. I mean, there's no sugar, but you got all the other stuff in it. No problem, SRB. That's what we're gonna do. All right, y'all. Let me know how the audio is, and so on and so forth, please, and a thank you.
And that's what I'm thinking, SRB. I probably know this, and I'm going to be watching and be like, oh, yeah, duh.
I think you do because I remember we talked about this once before, not in depth, but you know what I mean? Like,
right.
Just kind of talked through it a little bit. This was a long time ago that we did, though, so.
Nestled between Kentucky's rolling hills.
Well, this town really has a lot of charm.
Beyond the bourbon distilleries.
Full of friendly Southern hospitality.
Beside the Bluegrass Parkway.
It was a Norman Rockwell painting. It was a very idyllic.
This tiny town takes you back in time.
I like to say Bardstown's a typical Kentucky town, but it truly isn't. It's very special.
Most celebrated for its signature spirit.
Orange, Little bitters.
Bardstown is called the bourbon capital of the world.
Do the buttering, very important to do that. You stir it.
With an emphasis on agriculture and tourism, those who live here are proud of their old Kentucky home.
I love Bardstown. It's so beautiful.
But beyond the bourbon and the beauty, there's a story.
We've like a fractured bone that we've never put a cast on. It's still there. It still hurts.
A story that starts in 2013.
Hello. Officer down, Bluefield Road.
It was the worst day of my life.
Ma'am, do you about the status of the officer? Is he conscious?
I believe he's dead.
The next chapter only 1 year later, when a teacher and her teenage daughter are home alone.
Kathy was a teacher there in Bardstown. That's actually how they got reported. Someone needed to go check on her. She didn't show up to work that next morning.
They weren't bad people. There was nothing about their public personas to suggest that. And the fact that they died so gruesomely.
3 victims, no answers, and the story doesn't stop. July 2015, a missing mother starts the next chapter.
She never hurt anybody.
No, I don't think she's alive.
Sorry. I haven't been here.
And for this family, the story only gets harder when the missing mother's father is shot and killed.
I don't want nobody to preach forgiveness to me. Talking about hell. We're going through hell here. Yeah.
Jason Ellis, Kathy and Samantha Netherland, Crystal Rogers, and Tommy Ballard. Know their names, learn their stories. All of these cases are unsolved.
This week, we're taking you inside the cases in a way we never have before. We want you to get to know these victims and their families the same way we've got to know them, covering their cases over the years. Our investigation continues tonight at 6 and 11 and every night this week. And you can join the conversation right now on Facebook by joining our Unsolved Insiders Facebook page. For the Unsolved team, I'm Shay McAllister.
This is the story of the mysterious deaths in the small Kentucky town called Bardstown. It all began with the ambush of the police officer, followed by the murder of a mother and her adolescent daughter. A young woman in the prime of her life vanished, and after a year of looking for her, her father was shot to death on his farm. It all occurred within a few square miles along the Bluegrass Parkway in Kentucky. What's happening in Bardstown? Let's get into it. Officer Jason Ellis. Jason Scott Ellis, born on September 22, 1979, was the sole child of Pam and Charles Denny Ellis. In Batavia, Ohio, he grew up with 2 sisters, Lacey and Kelly. In 2006, May 25, 2013, Jason Ellis joined the Bardstown police force. A typical day for this young, lovely family in the American heartland. It was the Friday preceding the Memorial Day holiday weekend. Approximately 2 in the morning, Jason uses his car radio to notify dispatch that he's off for the night.
139 thing.
Those were the last words Officer Jason was ever known to have spoken. 139 Adam off duty, he says. Jason verifies his call with dispatch and continues driving home. He travels south on Stephen Foster Avenue, then crosses the overpass to access Bluegrass Parkway. He exited the Bluegrass Parkway at exit 34 and found the ramp blocked with trees. He stopped his police cruiser to clear the road and was gunned down by several shots from a 12-gauge shotgun. Ellis was deceased by the time another passerby reached him and used his radio to summon assistance.
I've just got off work, and there was the police car is sitting in the middle of the road with the lights on, tree across the road, and I didn't know what it was, and I got out and I went up there and looked, and it's him.
Okay, can you tell if he is breathing?
No, sir, he is not breathing. Body temperature is cold.
The gunman must have been concealed on the slope above the ramp, according to the inquiry. Police Chief Rick McCubbin gave a news conference later that day and threatened not only justice, but also revenge against the individual or persons responsible for Officer Jason Ellis's death.
It makes you mad. An eye for an eye. You kill one of my guys, I'm not going to rest till I have you in cuffs or on the front side of a weapon. And I mean that.
Unfortunately, the case file began to grow cold before the investigation ever really took off. Kentucky State Police handled the investigation into Officer Jason Ellis's death over the years. They would receive tips from all around the country, but sadly none of them would result in key suspects or arrests.
It's hard to explain what you feel other than the greatest sense of patriotism.
Kathy Harden was born in Shelbyville, Kentucky on September 7, 1965. Kathy was a special education instructor at Bardstown Elementary School. Samantha Netherland was born on the 20th of December, 1997. Samantha was just 16 years old and a student at Bardstown High School in the spring of 2014. She was a member of the academic team, Women in Science, the Adventure Club, the Young Leaders Program, and the Honor Choir. On the morning of Tuesday, April 22, 2014, both Kathy and Samantha were absent from school. Less than a year after Ellis's death, a terrible find was made at a Bardstown residence on Springfield Road. Kathy Netherland and her daughter Samantha, 16 years old, were discovered slain in their home. Kathy had received many gunshot wounds. Samantha had been beaten. Both women's necks were slashed.
Them more than anything in the world. No one realizes just how much I wish I could trade places with them.
A black Chevrolet Impala was reportedly spotted near the residence around the time of the homicide, and police believe that car may have relation to the case. Kathy and Samantha Netherland's murder investigation was led by the Kentucky State Police, the same agency that had been in charge of Officer Jason Ellis' death investigation for the previous 11 months. Who or why attacked Kathy and Samantha Netherlands remains unclear to this day. At least 2 suspects are suspected to have been involved, although their likely motivation remains unknown. A reward of $50,000 was put out there for anyone with useful information. As 2014 drew to a close, Bardstown appeared to be recovering a sense of normalcy. The generally tranquil and charming tiny town was not accustomed to the national attention that these unsolved killings had brought it. Sadly, the inhabitants of Bardstown, Kentucky were not yet free from disaster. On July 5, 2015, the mother of 5, aged 35, was reported missing by her mother. Her red Chevrolet Impala was discovered with a flat tire at mile marker 14 on the Bluegrass Parkway later that day. Her pocketbook, phone, and auto keys remained within the vehicle. Brooks Houck, her live-in lover, was never prosecuted with her disappearance, despite initial suspicions that he was involved. Brooks said that
Now this is Crystal Rogers. This is the Crystal Rogers case we had talked about. I think we went over this like a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, by itself. And after reading what I read and seeing what I saw about Bardstown, I kind of was like, okay. And this Crystal Rogers case was a big one that had a lot of attention paid to it. Nowhere near enough. None of them do, but because there's, 100% no answer. I think he was definitely involved, but they put this in here with this because it does make sense, as you'll see. So I'll shut up. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a heads up on some things. And again, thank you all very much for joining us. 31 people in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button, share it out, and please jump on over to the Mama Bear side. Hit the like button and subscribe, and notification bell, and all that fun stuff, and share that out too, guys, if you will. I appreciate that so very much.
he, Crystal, and their 2-year-old son Eli had been to the family property that evening. They had fed the animals before returning home that evening. Brooks asserted that they had gone to bed as usual, with Crystal playing a phone game as he drifted off to sleep.
Yeah, it is, Demon. No worries. Not a dumb question. Anybody that, because you can kind of hear like where it could be a person, but I get it.
On July 8, 2015, Brooks Houck met with Detective John Snow of the Nelson County Sheriff's Office for an interview.
Right. All right. And I know Bardstown is the room in the middle of the world. But in a case like this, should it turn into a homicide investigation, any question that I didn't ask doesn't get asked. Does that make sense?
I don't understand what you're saying. But
well, if I don't ask you, then somebody's going to ask me why I didn't ask you later. You see what I'm saying? Sure. So when I ask you a question, it's not to be offensive. It's to get the question cleared up so that we can move on to another.
I understand. Yeah, however I can.
Have you and Crystal ever talked about breaking up?
I mean, obviously we have fought just like any other couple, but in the last several years, I mean, it's came up, but we've always found ourselves together moving forward.
Well, the reason I ask is because there are some people that she's associated with that are telling us that she had made some tentative plans to leave.
Well, that's news to me.
There, on the phone records, there appears to be a phone call around midnight. It was a pretty short phone conversation. Is the only reason I asked. Kind of unusual to get a 13-second phone conversation at midnight. It is for me. It may not be for you. But
yeah, look at my phone, but I don't remember
that. I remember getting a phone call on the way home. So you go to bed. She stays up. What's she doing?
She's just on her phone.
And so when you wake up, he's there, but Crystal's not.
She's not.
Okay. And so did you try to call her or?
Yes, I noticed that she wasn't there. I didn't know exactly what to think. I don't know what time I called her. Yes, I called her that morning.
If I woke up on a Saturday morning and my wife wasn't with me in the bed, as is normal, which might not be normal for you, I don't know, but for me, it would be normal, particularly if my wife's a late sleeper, which mine is as well on Saturdays, for her to be there in the bed when I get up. So if she were not, probably the first thing I would do would be to call her to find out where she was.
All right,
but what you're not aware, what you're missing is a lot of times that her and Brooke, her sister, or Sabrina, a lot of these girls that they do all these, they go out and do stuff. Sometimes they do these, this is going to be embarrassing for me to talk to you about, but I'm wanting to get everything cleared up as quickly as I can. They do these fantasy parties. All these girls get together. They talk about and do whatever. And it's not uncommon for them, when they go out and party, they stay out the better part of the night, if not the whole night. So, and of course, I always have the children, during that. They don't take the kids to that. Matter of fact, I take care of some of their other children.
Sorry about that, guy.
While they're the ones going. I'm a man, don't get me wrong. I understand that, a white-blooded American male. And there's no sense, I'm not telling you anything different, but they do all these parties and order all this stuff. Well, who gets the kids? I'm good enough to get the kids for all this, and I'm a good enough person to do that. And then when everybody sees a little bit of distress, they're going to throw me under the bus. It bothers me because
sounds to me like how
not only
has a little bit of resentment. What is going on?
I can't even.
There we go. Sounds like he's got some resentment in his voice as he's talking about this too. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, but just saying. Sorry about having that thing on the screen, you guys. My apologies.
Something very weird happened during the interview. His brother Nick Houck, an officer with the Bardstown Police Department, calls him, cautioning him against speaking any further.
So I guess where I go from here, we're still getting video.
Now I want you guys to notice that and listen to what he just said. His brother, Nick Houck, member of the Bardstown Police Department. Remember, the first story we heard within this was about Officer Jason Ellis being killed. Keep that in mind, okay? That's kind of important in my opinion.
From different places, along that route.
Right, not already.
Sure.
Hello? No.
I'll be honest with you, Matahari. You of all people probably should understand this too. This reminds me so much of Frederickstown, Missouri. It really does. Doodle and you both would get this. And Miss Barb, if she was here too. Just saying, it's kind of got a lot of the same feeling to it. That's all.
I'm up here. I know that you didn't know. I'm up here in this interview with the Detective Snow. I've been up here a good little while. Are you telling me that's what I need to do? I know that. But the way that I look at it is, I'm innocent. I ain't done nothing wrong. Well, you know, I know you told me innocent people have got jammed up, but if you're telling me to leave, I'll get up and leave. If you want me to, I know I'm going through a lot, but I'm trying to get this guy to help me. I don't think she's ran off with some other guy. I don't believe that. You can't make me think that. But I'll do exactly what you're telling me to do right now. You want me to get up and leave? Man, I don't think these people are not vindictive just to skin me for no reason. Man, this is not their family. This is not. All right, thank you.
I believe that was one of the calls, yeah, SRB, that Nick was on the phone. And I'm truly, I think Slick Nick was way more connected. Yes, ma'am, that was my next statement that was coming out. I believe that his brother has a very close involvement. I'll just put it that way, as you guys will probably catch to at this point, sooner or later too.
He thinks y'all are buggers, what he thinks.
I don't know who he is.
Nick, my brother.
No, I
know that, but I'm not. He just said just to keep sitting up here, to give a statement, do an interview, whatever I gotta do it. But he said, no, just to keep just letting them just beat you to death over this right here. Just ask what you gotta ask and let you know.
My job is to find her, whether I find her hopefully alive and well and safe somewhere or not. My job is to find her. If I don't find her alive and well, my job is to prosecute the person who did something.
That's right.
If that turns out to be you, my job is to prosecute.
Following the interruption of this interview by Brooks' brother Nick Houck, the two brothers met. They rushed directly to the Houck family property on Pascal Ballard Lane, the last known location of Crystal less than a week earlier. Nick Houck sat down with investigators on July 15 after nearly a week of wrangling about a meeting schedule. The interview was conducted by Kentucky State Police investigators who were assisting with the investigation.
See if we can find some. You want that chair or this chair?
We're going out to the farm the evening of July the 8th.
Not known, but I'm very easily been out there.
That was incidentally the same night that your brother was, same night your brother was interviewed by police.
Yeah, Wednesday, July. But you said generally, you would just go out to the farm and you would just meet him there. On this occasion,
Well, usually I don't meet him there. I mean, he's just out there doing his own thing, and then I go out there and do my own thing.
Well, if that's what happened that night, it would have been just perfect timing that you were following right behind him, and you just so happened to meet him.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. So think back. Was there a time that you all both went out there at the same time for a specific reason?
Not that I recall.
So it just would have been coincidence that your car was following right behind his truck when it passed by that camera going to the farm.
Yeah, that's happened before.
Mm-hmm. So this night in particular, it would have been, you would have left after dark. Y'all came together and you would have left after dark. You remember that night?
Easily could have.
Okay. I mean, do you remember it?
No, really, I don't.
Okay. I mean, it's just been a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Driving down Pascal Ballard, your car behind his truck. I mean, you got to turn into the farm there. You remember? Can you go back and put that in your head? Just driving down that road and you see your brother in front of you. What happened after that?
I can't.
What we need to know is why you all both went down to the farm. I know it's going to be hard for you to remember a week ago, but I can remember a week ago if I'm thinking about the conversation I had with my brother and something like this going on. This doesn't go on all the time. So, I mean, we're going to call it like it is. Is it, do you don't want to remember or can you remember?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Another question was, why did the trunk of his police cruiser test positive for bodily fluids?
Is there any reason that there'd be any blood in the trunk of your cruiser?
No reason at all.
We got some issues.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of luminol? You ever been in any kind of criminal investigation?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
All right, you know what luminol is used for?
To find blood.
Okay, or other
Bodily fluids.
bodily fluids. Okay. Why would your trunk look like a Smurf if they sprayed it? Why would it fluoresce?
I mean, it looked like Chernobyl. There's a couple spots in your trunk and that blanket, I mean, just lit up like Chernobyl.
Why would that?
There's not gonna be any blood in the trunk.
Okay, well, I did not say blood. I'm talking about other bodily fluids.
I don't have blood. There shouldn't be any bodily fluids in the trunk.
I mean, there's only one way bodily fluids can get into a trunk. That's if a body's nearby, right? You know.
That's what I would assume.
Okay. Or unless, somebody puked in your trunk or something like that.
I don't think that happened.
I don't think that's the case.
So a big trunk or.
So why would that be if that blanket, when they looked at it, the lab?
I've got no explanation for that. I don't have, none whatsoever.
Nobody has access to that car but you. You drive it.
Did your brother ever call you and say that he'd done something to Crystal?
No, he did not.
Because here's the case. Case is, you're a police officer, we're police officers. Right. We all know how this job works. I don't believe in coincidence after having this job. I don't know if you still do or not.
Not much.
I don't, because you know that when somebody is sitting here talking to us and telling us that everything's a coincidence and we have either physical evidence or video or something to prove that that's not the fact, we kind of stop believing in coincidence. Now, that's the case of where we're at right here. There's too much linking you and him leaving when he leaves the police department, going down the road, both arriving together, both leaving together. There is some reason why you all went out to that farm. Now, I'm not a big, fan of amnesia either, because I've heard that 20 or 30 times a week when I'm talking to people. So I don't believe people just lose their memory. I think people forget what they don't want to talk about. They hide those things. And sometimes it's a good person that does that because they're trying to protect their family or they're trying to protect themselves. But you know what? There's also bad people.
I'm big brother. I'm gonna try to protect him. At the same time, I'm not gonna cover something like this up for him. I'm just not that kind of guy. And furthermore, there's no way he had anything to do with this. If something has happened to her, it wasn't because of something he did. Again, I know you guys have got a job to do. Do it, but you're wasting time.
Well, who else would be responsible for this?
I don't have any names to give you if I did.
What do you think? What do you think happened?
She's a nice looking woman. I don't know if she got out there on the Bluegrass Parkway and somebody abducted her. I don't know what happened, but I know Brooks didn't have anything to do with it.
After Nick's disturbing behavior over the last week, it seemed appropriate to propose that he take a polygraph test. He agreed and booked his own polygraph examination.
First test, you did not pass the test. It's pretty clear to me that you haven't complete proof to that. And the questions you're having a problem with are questions about Crystal. And in particular, the one about whether or not you know where she is right. I'm no longer asking you if you know. You do 100%. And then greater than 99. What's greater than 99? 100, right? What are the questions? Do you know where Crystal is right now? Are you hiding any information about what happened to Crystal? Okay. You didn't tell me the truth on both of those questions.
You're talking crazy.
Well,
you're talking crazy.
Was that your rehearsed response to what was going to happen today? Because it sure sounds like it.
I don't know what it sounds like. I'm just telling
Well, I'm telling you what
you're talking crazy.
What's crazy about it? Explain to me.
The accusations you're making.
Yeah, I'm saying you're involved in it.
Absolutely not.
Well,
none.
You already told me that. That's why we did the polygraph, to find out. Well, now we both.
I told you what now?
You told me before you had nothing to do with it. Right.
Yes.
Well, now we're past that because I've already shown that you did have something.
I don't know what the test.
I just showed you.
Okay,
I just showed it to you.
But I'm telling you, I did have.
I'm telling you, you're wrong. I can't make it any. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm telling you the truth. You can't argue with this. I've done over 2,000. Trust me, when I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing.
You must have slipped up today. I don't.
What do you think the chances are better that you slipped up and the truth sunk out here that I slipped up?
You listen to what I'm saying. I've been 100% truthful. Well, because you're telling me I'm lying and I know I'm not. I know the truth, and I'm been 100% honest with you, the grand jury, and everybody else I've spoken to.
Here's what I'm getting. We just said.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
I most definitely have. And if you don't want to believe it, that's your issue. It's not mine.
It's not just me. I showed you.
Dude, I don't give a goddamn what your fucking computer said. Okay?
I think you do.
I'm telling you that I have been 100% honest with you.
Is this how you act? Is this what you talk to Crystal?
Well, Is this how I ask toward Crystal?
Welcome,
I act
bitches.
toward people that accuse me of lying when I'm not lying. That's how I act. No, I didn't know Crystal.
Then why are you getting slandered?
Because you're calling me a fucking liar.
No,
That's
I'm just
why.
calling you a liar. I'm
Okay?
not cussing you.
I don't like it when people call me a liar. I'm being 100%.
Then don't lie, you piece of shit. I'm just saying. This guy is trash, guys. He really is.
truthful with you.
There's only the truth and not what you
Really?
said.
Why can't you? I'm being truthful.
Despite the decisions Brooks and Nick Houck took immediately following her abduction, neither has been charged with a crime. Nick was sacked, and the Houck family's real estate business has suffered greatly. However, neither Nick nor the Houcks have been prosecuted in relation to this
serve a
case.
search warrant to Nick Houck. Houck, a former Bardstown police officer, was dismissed from the department in October for interfering with the investigation. It was the very same month his brother, Brooks Houck, Crystal's boyfriend, was named as the only suspect in the case.
I would bet my life that he's guilty. That's how sure I am that he's guilty.
The FBI is in charge of the investigation. The inquiry into Crystal Rogers' disappearance remains open and active. Tommy Ballard.
It marks 5 years since Tommy Ballard of Bardstown was shot and killed while hunting. Some say he was close to finding the answers in the disappearance of his missing daughter, Crystal Rogers.
Tommy Ballard is the father of Crystal Rogers, who has been reported missing. Thomas Marvin Ballard was born on January 7, 1962. Crystal Rogers, age 35, daughter of Tommy and Sherry Ballard, was reported missing on July 5, 2015. Ballard was saddened when his daughter Crystal Rogers disappeared, and he devoted his efforts to discovering what happened to her and who was responsible for her loss. If he wasn't physically searching, he was conducting research on the computer. On November 19, 2016, Tommy planned to take his 12-year-old grandson deer hunting on their property, which abuts the Bluegrass Parkway between mile 23 and mile 24. A single bullet struck Ballard in the chest, killing him instantaneously.
We're just asking anybody whether they think it's important, whether it's just something they noticed and it could not be anything to them. It may be huge for us.
Monday, state police returned to the family farm where Tommy Ballard was killed. He was shot while hunting with his grandson shortly before 7 a.m. Saturday. He is the father of Crystal Rogers, missing since 2015. Police investigating.
And just so everybody knows, this is obviously what it is, okay? Tommy was like 100% investigating this the whole time and was in deep, okay, looking into things. And I do truly believe, this is in my heart, that Tommy knew and was onto something, very, very closely onto something. And I believe that's why he was killed. That's it. I mean, truly, in my opinion.
His death are specifically looking for people who were driving on nearby Bluegrass Parkway between mile markers 21 and 25 between 6:30 and 7:30 a.m.
As far as a parked car or maybe somebody walking or anything that they don't usually see in the woods or anything that was just out of the ordinary.
Police are not saying if they know the direction from which the gunshot came. They ruled out a self-inflicted wound and say the grandson was not involved. They have not ruled out the possibility of another hunter's stray bullet.
In addition to local police and Kentucky state troopers, the Fish and Wildlife Department was contacted to determine whether or not this incident was the result of an unfortunate hunting incident.
It wasn't by any means. This was a sniper. This was somebody that was a decent amount of ways away, that knew what they were doing, and that sniped him from a distance and was able to get away because of the distance. Okay? That's how this happened. Somebody that knew he was going hunting, that had either been following him or just knew per se, knew what schedule he was, followed him, whatever you want to put it into, and sniped him. Okay? That's how this happened. And that's my opinion, of course, because nobody has said that. That's me. So I think that's why Ellis was taken out too. My personal opinion, he was looking in 100%. I'm right there with you, Matahari. The first one they talked about, Officer Jason Ellis, that's exactly why I think he was taken out as well. Were they able to tell whose blood was in the trunk? You know what? I don't know that right now, SRB. I have to look into that a little bit more, but that's a good question. I will look into that for you. Unless somebody else in here already knows, we will figure that out. It's a good question, though.
In the weeks and months following Tommy Ballard's burial at St. Thomas Cemetery in Bardstown, the inquiry struggled to ascertain if his death was accidental or purposeful. If this was the result of a hunting mishap, it was a horrible error. Alternatively, if this wasn't an accident, the alternate scenario would be far more scary. Bardstown was still grieving from unsolved killings involving Officer Jason Ellis, Kathy and Samantha Netherland, and Crystal, Tommy's daughter. Was it feasible that he had been murdered at this time? Nonetheless, if Tommy's killing was purposeful, was it part of a series of crimes? Was there a connection to the abduction?
That's a good question, Eddie. That's another good question. I'm writing these down, you guys. Very good question. I'll have to look into that too. Thank you, sir.
Of Crystal Rogers, the killing of Officer Jason Ellis, or the deaths of Kathy and Samantha Netherland. Sherry Ballard believes that Crystal's disappearance was connected to the killing of Officer Jason Ellis, who was the only K-9 officer in the region at the time and was a Bardstown police officer. Sherry believes her daughter, Crystal Rogers, may have overheard anything while dating Brooks Houck, because he frequently dealt with narcotics enforcement concerns. Nick Houck, the brother of Brooks, served alongside Jason Ellis on the Bardstown Police Department. Then, when her husband approached the truth too closely, he too was dealt with.
I wonder if the rifle was allowed in the hunting zone or just limited to the shotgun slug. Please explain to chat what we mean. Maybe some are unfamiliar. Because certain areas have for hunting, you're only allowed to have certain weapons to do it. Eddie, what he's saying here is, I wonder if rifle was allowed in that hunting zone or just limited to the shotgun slugs. Like I said, certain places, certain states have certain hunting laws where you can only have certain types of weapons with certain types of ammunition. So that's a good question. That's a very good question, Eddie, and that's why he was asking. Yeah, and he was struck with a rifle bullet, which is why I truly believe that's why it doesn't make any sense, because most places you can't do that with. I don't know what their laws are in Kentucky, as far as hunting goes, but I just, because it was a rifle and all those things, I in the distance, I truly believe it was a sniper from a distance, guys, a professional, somebody that has that experience. So Tomboy said, I think rifles are easier to trace than 12 gauge. Very good point. And yes, that's a good point, Eddie. Very good point. See, you guys I love that you guys are into this. None of the murders have been solved till date. Do you think the murders were connected in any way? Leave a comment. I do. And please, guys, do leave comments in the comment section here. I really would love to hear what your thoughts are on this. In here too as well, but I'd love to. YouTube loves the comments. So anyway, there is the first video on this. Any thoughts on this so far, Mama Bear? Do you remember this, Mama Bear, yet or no?
It seems maybe bits and pieces. I'm still trying to. I'm not sure what I think on it.
Right, and I'm telling you, there's more. But I'm telling you, there's no way in hell anybody's going to make me believe that Tommy Ballard was killed accidentally and it had nothing to do with his daughter's case. Come on now. Come on. It's just commonsensical stuff to me, but just saying. Okay. Load this up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Matahari's saying the same thing I feel. All five are connected. I'm so incredibly sure of it. And I am so incredibly sure of it, too. I agree with you. Oh. So what do you think of us, Mama Bear, now that we're circles? Do we look neat?
Oh.
Did you notice it?
Feel like I'm a bullseye.
Uh-huh. That's what it looks like. I look like a record, but yeah, it definitely SRB is connected in my opinion. Are you kidding me with this YouTube premium stuff? Come on. This is irritating me. All right, you guys, hold on. I just had it. It is there. What is going on today? Hold on. Oh, cool, Mama Bear. I like your thumbnail thing.
Thumbnail thing
Your
for
thumbnail for where you're live at.
oh,
It looks good.
thanks.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, guys. I'm getting to it. It's giving me a problem now.
Which reminds me, why is that shown?
Hold on. All right, so we're gonna go back over another one I have here. Now that's why the commercials are showing up. I guess my premium is gone again.
Oh.
Thank you, Riley. I appreciate that, hon. Mark says, weren't there 3 more unsolved murders of women connected to a pimp who was friendly? I'm not sure. I'm going to look into that. Tomboy's on top of this one too. Since you're the community butt nugget dealer, can you send me some Reese's butt nugget? Oh my God! Don't even talk about the Reese's eggs. Those are my favorite ones. I love those. Miss Wisdom. Hello, the cranky old one. Oh, you're not cranky. Poor Miss Wisdom's been not feeling good again. So I hope you're feeling better, dear. Please, I've been thinking about you and praying for you. Please, please, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much for being here. And if you're not, you don't have to be. You know that. Of course you know that. You wouldn't be if you didn't want to be. I know that's what you'll say to me. So
Hi, Sherry.
thank you for joining us, Miss Wisdom. I started deep diving with Ellis's case. Broke my heart is what I know. It's a horrible story. It really is. It's absolutely just heartbreaking. I agree with you, Matahari. So we're going to jump on over to that chapter with Michael. You guys know who he is now. I introduced you to him the other day. And we can thank Arctic for introducing him to us in the beginning, because that's how I figured him out. So he's going to talk a little bit about this too, you guys. And that the other video I can't play without premium, I guess now. So kiss my butt, YouTube. Makes me mad. So let's play this one instead, and then another one too. Don't mind the commercial.
Hey, you and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this video, we're going to the bourbon capital of the world. Nope, it's not my kitchen cabinet. It is Bardstown, Kentucky. Bardstown, Kentucky has a population of just over 14,000. It was voted the most beautiful small town in America, and also boasts of being the bourbon capital of the world. And it is also home to one of the strangest cases I have come across. In the area, there have been 5 unsolved murders and disappearances that seem very likely related. Known as the Bardstown Murders or the Nelson County Murders, something very strange is going on in a town about an hour south of Louisville. "2013 was the year it began, with 33-year-old Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis, a 7-year veteran of the department and a member of the K-9 unit. On May 25th, Ellis had just gotten off work and was driving home when he found a stack of freshly cut tree limbs blocking the road at his exit off the Bluegrass Parkway. After exiting his police cruiser to investigate, he was ambushed. Ellis was fatally shot multiple times with a 12-gauge shotgun.
This is the first police officer in the history of the Bardstown Police Department to be shot and killed in the line of duty. The officer had not called out on anything. We believe he had stopped to either assist something in the roadway.
Officer Ellis never fired a
This was an absolute setup, folks. Think about this. It was done. Everything that has been done here within this case that we're talking about has all been set up. It's all been done. Very purposeful. It's all premeditated. There's no accidental bullshit, coincidental, no. Miss me with that bullshit. Anybody that'll tell you that, say the same thing to them. This was all done, premeditated, every bit of this, 100%. So, SRB said population of less than 14,000 and all these murders in 1 year. Yeah. Thank you. Exactly, SRB.
Shot from his service weapon. It was still holstered.
Welcome, Miss Paula. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for your morning. What do I call that? It's an uplifting message that Paula puts out every morning, guys. I hope we're gonna put her link in here. You guys can go check her out every morning. She's so very sweet and always puts a morning message out to everybody. So thank you so much for that, Paula. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oop, thank you, Doodle. If anybody's interested in merchandise, we still do have it, guys. The True Crime Cafe shop via Printify. Doodlebug made some very amazing things. I'm trying to learn how myself to go in there and start making some new stuff too. So guys, if you want any kind of merchandise that has anything to do with us here, please go check it out. It's very decently priced and you'll be very good quality stuff too. You guys will be definitely satisfied with it. So please and thank you.
We believe that this was a premeditated murder. However, we are not certain whether Officer Ellis was the target.
The person who called 911 told officers she and another driver in a second vehicle couldn't take the on-ramp, so they got out to approach the officer after waiting a while. That's when they called 911.
His murder remains unsolved. Roughly a year later, in April 2014, the town was rocked by a brutal double homicide of 48-year-old Kathy Netherland and her 16-year-old daughter, Samantha. Their dead bodies were discovered by Kathy's father after she failed to show up for work at Bardstown Elementary School, where she taught special education. It was a savage double murder. Kathy had been shot several times, Samantha bludgeoned, and both their throats were slashed.
Kathy and Samantha Netherland made an impression.
Just to know the caliber of folks that they were, the kind of family they were, and how much they mean to us, and how sorely we're going to be missing them.
We're also told that Kathy Netherland's oldest daughter is in college. KSP is now asking for any residents and any businesses between Botland and Bardstown who have surveillance video of Springfield Road or Kentucky 150, that's this road here behind me, to contact KSP.
Kentucky State Police, they had no motive or suspect for the double homicide. One of the only clues released was a blurry gas station surveillance photo of a black Chevrolet Impala. Police suspect the driver of that car may have information about the case. Otherwise, that also remains unsolved. That is 2 cases within the space of a year that remain unsolved in this small town. There's a lot more to come. In 2015, 35-year-old Crystal Rogers, she vanished.
This is an urgent message for every American. Due to recent events involving the healthcare CEO, this $5,800 handout is ending soon.
Rogers was last seen on July 3rd
All right, guys.
at the home she shared with her boyfriend, Brooks Hugh. 2 days later, her mother reported her missing. The same day, her car was found abandoned along the Bluegrass Parkway with a flat tire, and her belongings still in it.
On July the 3rd, 2015, I got a phone call. At that minute, I just panicked. I was starting to fall apart in the living room. I'm like, there's something wrong. I'm telling y'all, I've been telling y'all all weekend, there's something wrong.
And what did she say to you about her future plans at that time?
She was planning on starting a new job and moving out and leaving the father of her child.
Whose name is Brooks?
Yes.
She was going to leave him.
She was going to leave him.
And she told you that?
Yes.
Her aunt Shelley Barnes disappeared in 1979. This is not the first tragedy to befall his family, and it's not the last. That case was never solved. Crystal Rogers' mother, Sherry Ballard, believes that her daughter disappeared because she overheard something maybe she shouldn't have, related to the murder of police officer Jason Ellis. Rogers' parents were quick to voice their suspicions of Crystal's boyfriend, Brooks.
Had you and Crystal ever talked about breaking up?
I mean, obviously, we have fought just like any other couple in the last several years. I mean, it's came up.
When you said you all had, talk about splitting up, had that been more recently?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Well, the reason I ask is because there are some people that she's associated with that are telling us that she had made some tentative plans to leave.
That's news to me. I don't know anything about that.
You're a liar.
However, Brooks's brother Nick was an officer within the Bardstown police. Less than 6 months after Crystal disappeared, Nick was fired from the police force for allegedly interfering with the investigation of Crystal Rogers' disappearance. Nick was accused of warning his brother that detectives planned to interview him and advised him not to speak with them.
In the interrogation room, Brooks got a call from his brother Nick, an officer in the local Bardstown police. And it sounded like Nick was telling his brother to end the interview.
I know that, but the way that I look at it is I'm innocent. I ain't done nothing wrong. I'll do exactly what you're telling me to do right now. You want me to get up and leave?
The sudden turn of events caught Detective Snow by surprise.
Though he later said that he only contacted his brother to tell him that they may be trying to trip him up and he should protect himself.
What are the questions? Do you know where Crystal is right now? Are you hiding any information?
Now this is Nick Houck. This is Brooks's brother. That you can see is in his uniform. He called him because this is a whole thing, folks. It's that deep. I'm just being honest with you.
About what happened to Crystal. See, you didn't tell me the truth on both of those questions.
I don't give a what your computer said, okay?
I think you do.
I'm telling you that I have been 100% honest with you.
Right. Then, bizarrely, on November 19th, 2016, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, was fatally shot in the chest while out hunting by an unknown gunman.
From the minute that my daughter started missing, my husband was like the investigator. I knew in my heart it was no accident.
He was out with his 11-year-old grandson and on family property at the time of his death. Police ruled out the child as the shooter. Police have yet to classify Ballard's death as a homicide. Maybe it was accidental, but it seems quite strange and bizarre, maybe, that it's not a coincidence.
Nope.
We're just asking anybody whether they think it's important, whether it's just something they noticed and it could not be anything to them. It may be huge for us.
Police have said at this time they have no reason to believe they're connected, but it's not something they're discarding either.
But Ballard family friend Kim Abel says nobody she knows believes it was an accident.
I feel like all the community is concerned with their safety. With all the unsolved murders.
Kentucky has had issues with drug epidemics, so it's not surprising that many believe these murders and disappearances could have something to do with a drug operation or drug trade operating in that area.
And remember, guys, that Jason Ellis worked alongside of Nick Houck. Okay, they were partners at some point, from my understanding. And I think that I think Jason was going to come forward with something. And I think that Crystal, again, like they said, knew something. And so, yeah, there's all of that there, guys. Just think about that, too. This pisses me off. These people let that little... Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. Well, that's why I think, SRB, I think this was a sniper that took Tommy out from quite a distance, okay? A few hundred yards, in my opinion. Therefore, the grandson would have never saw anybody. You know, you got a sniper on the ground with a rifle from 200-300 yards away. Boom. That's it. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Right there. Dingo. Tomboy's on point. Same thing I'm thinking. She's talking about rugs, and we know what that means, okay? And Ellis was the canine police officer. Think about that for a minute, guys. What does a canine do? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
EVE
Sorry, I'm
Online
sorry.
is a vast universe.
Apologies. I got to figure out the
Some
premium
believe
thing again.
that Jason Ellis was killed as he was cracking down on the drug trade. An anonymous inmate said Ellis was shot because he was close to an investigation of a ring of storage shed burglaries and business burglaries. According to the inmate, the burglarized storage units contained high-end antiques and drugs. The inmate also said that at least 4 men were hired by an unidentified person to carry out Ellis's murder.
Weeks after Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis was assassinated, the department receives threats claiming others are in danger.
These threats are even more alarming in light of the fact that Jason Ellis's killer is still on the loose. These threats were made last Thursday and Friday. One was a phone call. The other was a letter addressed straight to the police chief, both of them claiming that what happened to Officer Ellis will happen again.
I think it's somebody probably sitting at home that's half nuts and the other half's high on some type of drug, dreaming it up, wishing it would happen perhaps. Or if you're going to shoot one of us again or you want to harm one of us again, you're going to do it. You're not going to give us the heads up.
Amy Ellis, Jason's wife, worked as a substitute teacher at the same elementary school as Kathy Netherland. Kathy Netherland taught their son, who had Down syndrome. Perhaps Kathy or her daughter witnessed something which led to them being killed. It's likely Crystal did hear or learn something she shouldn't have, which led to her death. Her car, it was found on the same road on which Jason was killed. Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, was killed likely because he wouldn't stop investigating his daughter's disappearance.
And again, I think Tommy was on it. I think he had what he needed. He just had to be able to show proof, and they knew that. And I think that's why he was taken out, sadly. I feel so bad for Sherry. She lost both Tommy and Crystal. You know what I mean? Oh, 100%, Eddie. That's truly my feeling. Tommy was a smart guy, and he was relentless. He did not... He reminds me of Doodle. I'll just put it that way. He would not let it rest until he got the answers that he wanted, and, well, there it is.
Now, hunting accidents, they happen all the time, but that's quite a coincidence, don't you think? Thank you so much for watching.
And I'm going to tell you right now, Tommy was an avid hunter. He went for years upon years upon years. His grandson was taught by him. The grandson did nothing, okay? And the way that it was a kill shot, folks, if anybody knows what that means, it was a one shot down, you're out. And from a distance of 200, 300, 400 yards, whatever, depending on who it was, and the training that they had, that's all it takes. One shot, okay? There's no way in hell there was any accidents. And I feel that they won't classify it as a homicide because there's a bit of a fear there that if they do that, guess what? Somebody else is it's going to happen again. That's my opinion. Just saying. Exactly. You can't, and you won't, sadly, but you know, oh, it absolutely does, Riley. It absolutely does. And it all, in my opinion, is linked together. It very much is. After catching up with all that and getting the other little things, finding out about the woman who was the teacher at the school and all that. Yeah, guys, come on. And it's really, really, like, I was really into this. Like, yeah, reading deep into this. And I'm like, wow, okay. I got to share this one because this is a big deal. And it's still unsolved. That tells you there. The rifle that was used was pawned and traced back to Nick Houck. Surprise! Surprise.
Watching. As always, links in the description if you want to learn more about this case, maybe investigate it yourself, work away. I'll see you in the next video. Mike out.
Thank you again, Mike. I love that channel. That chapter, guys, is a great channel. So once again, thank you for that. Appreciate it very much. You still here, Mama Bear?
Yep.
Any thoughts yet?
No. It's pretty crazy, though.
What is going on here? Now they're all saying YouTube premium required, so my premium just bless America. Come on. This is so irritating to me. Hang on. I'm gonna let some certain little things play for you guys. News breaks and stuff that go along with this, just to give you some extra info with it. If I can get rid of these stupid commercials, this is going to drive me insane, you guys. I'm telling you right now. Hold on. It's okay, Ghost. I know. It's irritating to me, too. I know. Tell her, say, Mom, I got to take you for a walk.
I don't want to go for a walk. It's cold.
Yeah. Yep, they sure are, SRB. They're making you have premium to be able to download any videos. How about that?
Oh, that's right.
It is so irritating. So irritating. Okay, let's see if I can play this then.
Has been left wondering who brutally murdered Kathy Netherland and her teen daughter Samantha. The murders adding to the darkness encompassing the city of Bardstown.
The two were killed exactly 1 decade ago, but the case, it's cold. No arrests and no named suspects.
Wave News troubleshooter Natalia Martinez reports on a new piece of information that police had never said they had, and she joins us with what she found out.
This picture right here is the only thing that KSP had released after a couple of years of the murders. But now Kathy's sister says that there's a lot more than just the pic.
Driving by this home in Bardstown, you would never know the heinous mystery it was witness to.
If it were a perfect world, that house wouldn't exist.
One that destroyed a family and forced.
Exactly, SRB. And I'm to be honest with you, I'm a little nervous that if it were to be pushed anymore via law enforcement or anything like that, that there's going to be more deaths. That's what I'm worried about at this point. And I think there's higher ups, even though Brooks is, on trial and all this stuff, like there's higher ups that are involved that are going to take people out if there's anything else. This is why I don't think anything else has happened with this other than, Brooks being arrested and all that kind of stuff. And whoever's involved, we'll let him take the fall for all this stuff. But I guarantee you he's not going to speak out on anybody else. So, Matahari says the dominoes are falling. I'm hoping once Brooks' trial is over that there are arrests for the others if he doesn't make a deal. Well, and here's what I'm thinking too. As well as I do, if you follow this case, Tomboy, Matahari, everybody, he won't say a word about anybody else. There's no way Brooks is going to talk, okay? I don't care what they do to him. And that'll be that. So if he were to make a deal, per se, and flip or do something, I guarantee you he's dead within 24 hours. And anybody else that's involved in that aspect, there will be more deaths that follow. This is a dangerous situation, folks, a very scary one. And it's been going on for quite a long time now. That's why I believe that one of the main reasons why I believe the Crystal's case has never been solved too, because of that. So
people to lock their doors.
I'm, wondering if somebody's gonna knock on my door or try to break in or whatever.
I love to sit outside and watch the traffic, but now, you kind of feel afraid.
Urgency seemed at a peak. A teacher, Kathy Netherland, shot to death, and her 16-year-old daughter, Samantha, beaten, stabbed, nearly decapitated. The oldest daughter, Holly, was away at college.
Why? There just is not a good answer. There's nothing seems to make sense.
Kathy's sister, Stacy, met us by the home, now frequented by renters after it was auctioned off for 40 grand. 10 painful years have gone by without a single arrest or even a named suspect. The lead agency, Kentucky State Police, releasing nothing in an entire decade but this picture. A Chevy Impala they said they believed was involved, though they never specified how.
We're looking, as you all know, for a newer model black Chevy Impala that was seen in the vicinity of the Netherlands home.
But now we've learned they knew the Impala was way more connected than being in the vicinity. Hibbard says KSP had also gathered video of the car pulling into the back of the Netherland home, something KSP didn't tell the public.
There is footage of the car where the car drives past Kathy's house, coming from Bardstown going towards Springfield, and then within a minute or two comes back, which would make you think they looped around a Botland loop that's just down the road.
Hibbard says the video was taken from the wine and liquor store across the street. She says once the car disappears behind the home, a dark figure walks across the porch to the front door. A few seconds later, someone appears to let that person in. The video is just one piece of evidence Hibbard hopes can be re-examined with new technology.
Maybe there is an advancement either now or in the future that's going to give them information that they didn't have.
The car then leaves in less than 15 minutes. Hibbard believes Kathy was shot first in the living room. Samantha brutally attacked moments after coming out of her room.
Do you believe that it was random?
It would seem odd that if it were random, why were they killed in such different ways?
So who are the killers and why? The conspiracies soared in a town enveloped by a cloud of 3 other unsolved murders that happened not long after the Netherlands were killed.
We have no reason to believe that Kathy and Samantha, their deaths were related in any way to Officer Ellis, to Crystal Rogers, or to her father, Tommy Ballard.
Hibbard believes Samantha may have been the main target, though she can't imagine why.
For the way that she was attacked, you have to think that in some way it was directed at her. It was particular to her.
She also dispels one other circulating theory, that the killings were part of a gang initiation.
Okay, so if that's true, why have you seen no other crimes committed in a similar fashion?
The rumored list has included those closest.
This ain't no damn gang initiation. Come on now. We all know what this is. We all see this for what it is in black and white. Facts are facts, are facts are facts. It is what it is. There's just no way, okay, that this is gang initiation. Come on now. Ridiculous.
To the mother and daughter.
Unless the police have told me with 100% certainty you did not do it, everyone is a suspect.
The teen buried in the prom dress she bought just days before she died, now buried next to her mother.
She and Kathy both are, big holes in our life where they're not there anymore. We miss them, every day.
KSP declined to release any video, any new information, and they also declined to be interviewed for this story. They said that they're still actively working the case, though it's been a decade. They said they provided an update last April, gave me a link to it.
Mind you, this was 10 months ago. Actively my ass. Okay? Let's just say that.
News article, which had no new information. Natalia Martinez, Wave News.
What's up, you guys? I just got
Purely ridiculous, folks. Let me see here if this worked. It just may have. Come on. Do I have to close it out first? Okay. Where is it at? Bear with me, you guys. I'm sorry. Should be in here. Hold on. There it is. Um, what's going on? Maybe it takes a minute for it to. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Where is the other one? Bear with me. Brian. Trying to get this premium thing to work now. Sorry. Give me a second. I gotta figure out where I go to reactivate it now. Still here, Mama Bear? Or no, you went for a walk. Sorry. She had to let the dog take her for a walk. Bear with me, guys. I'm almost there. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. Okay. It says it's active. Should be turned on. Hmm. 1 minute. Okay. It should be good. Says everything's in order. Still not letting me. Okay. No worries. Thank you, SRB. All right, so back to where we're at with this now. Sorry about that, guys. There's been some technical issues I was trying to work through. I didn't know I was going to have. So, all right, so I'm going to throw this up next here. This is after Brooks was arrested, so on and so forth, some new documents and everything. This was about 9 months ago that this one came out, just to give you guys some updates on this and some heads up on what's going on with his side of things.
Documents in the Crystal Rogers case shedding light on an alleged cover-up planned days before the Bardstown mother of 5 disappeared. Prosecutors say that Brooks Houck contacted Steve Lawson, an employee at the time, and asked him, quote, to get rid of Crystal Rogers or find someone who will. The new court documents go on to say Lawson told investigators about Houck's desire to get rid of Crystal and that Houck recruited his family to help. And then, when Steve Lawson called Houck in the early morning hours of July 4th, 2015, it was to tell him that, quote, the job was done. This case is expected back in court on June 13th. That hearing will be focused on 2 motions, a motion to combine the trials and a motion to dismiss Steve Lawson's charges. Court will be in Nelson County starting at 9 a.m.
I'm going to show you guys where he was arrested.
Major arrest that broke this morning. The case of Crystal Rogers is one of Bardstown's 5 unsolved murders, and now the significant arrest of former boyfriend.
This is a year ago.
Brooks Houck. As you can imagine, this is something the Ballard family and Bardstown have been praying for. Our team has been in Bardstown all day long. Isaiah Kim Martinez is hearing from residents who have followed this so closely. But first, Shay McAllister is live outside the Nelson County Courthouse. Shay, can you explain the charges here that we learned about today?
Absolutely, Doug. I mean, today's arrest certainly just absolutely huge news in this community. Brooks Houck was arrested by Kentucky State Police troopers and special agents with the FBI early this morning. We've learned that arrest happened on a job site where he was doing construction. He was initially booked into the Nelson County jail, and he did take 2 mugshots, one in a t-shirt, the second in an orange jumpsuit. He was then transferred down to the Hardin County Detention Center, and that is where he is right now. Take a look at his latest mugshot. You can see it right here. He was booked in an orange jumpsuit, something many folks here in Bardstown told us they hoped to see, but in some ways didn't know if they ever would. Houck is facing 2 different charges. He is facing murder and he is facing tampering with physical evidence, both of these charges in connection to the death of Crystal Rogers. We want to get you the information you need to know right now. So here are 3 things about this arrest. First of all, he is facing those 2 charges, 1 count of each. Again, it is murder and tampering with physical evidence. A Nelson County judge placed Houck under a $10 million cash bond. That is a huge cash bond, especially in this community. And as you know, Houck has been the main suspect in this case since 2015. He was the last person to see Crystal Rogers alive. Well, those charges were filed here at the Nelson County Courthouse early this morning. And within minutes of that arrest, Sherry Ballard, Crystal's mom, was here with Crystal's daughter inside the courthouse waiting to talk to the clerk. As it turns out, they weren't here because of the Brooks Houck arrest. They were here for something else. They were here to fight for custody of the son that Brooks shared with Crystal. That was Eli. And tonight we have an update on that custody battle and more details on the indictment.
Finally, his face is not smug. He knows he's been caught.
It's an arrest that has everyone's attention. Brooks Houck, Crystal Rogers' boyfriend, and the main suspect in her disappearance, charged with her murder and tampering with physical evidence. According to the indictment, the charges stem from an incident July 4th weekend of 2015, just days before Crystal's car was found abandoned on the side of the Bluegrass Parkway with her keys, phone, and purse inside. He was named the main suspect within 3 months, but never charged until today.
It's just a miracle that this has happened, and finally
He's where he needs to be and where he's supposed to be, and he needs to stay there.
Federal investigators accuse Houck of intentionally causing the death of Crystal Rogers and destroying, concealing.
Now I'm gonna tell you guys, yes, I do believe that Brooks is involved in this for sure, but I think Nick may be more involved than Brooks, his brother. Okay, that's truly my thought on this, for good reason. Okay, if anything else, not good reason, but you know what I'm saying. But there's reasons why. The custody battle has been just heartbreaking for Crystal's mom. Yeah, exactly, Matahari. Like as if she hasn't been through enough. You guys, her husband, her daughter. Now she has to fight for this grandbaby to keep this child in her custody. I mean, to have this child in her custody, it's very sad. It really is.
Mutilating, or removing physical evidence in connection to the crime. He was arrested without incident early Wednesday morning while on a job site outside of Bardstown. We've been able to confirm this was the moment Brooks was put into handcuffs. He has since been booked into multiple jails, taking 3 different mugshots, 2 in orange jumpsuits.
My first reaction was just Sherry and her family getting the justice that they have fought so much for and never let up. Her faith has just been inspiring to everyone. And to get those answers, it gave me chills, for her.
While news of the arrest spread fast, Sherry Ballard, Crystal's mom, has been focused on something else, something she's been fighting for since the day her daughter disappeared. She wants custody of Eli, Crystal's son with Brooks. He was just a toddler when his mom went missing. We talked to Sherry about the custody battle 2 years ago, after Sherry lost all visitation rights and had no communication with the little boy.
One day, that baby is going to be old enough to come and see me. And he's going to know everything I have done to fight for him.
Today, that fight continued with a petition for...
I saw that interview and it broke my heart. That poor woman. She reminds me so much of Barbara. Okay. Barb's been through hell and back twice over now. Okay. 3 times to say it, in my opinion. But Sherry Ballard reminds me so much of Barb. She's such a strong woman and everything she's been through, and she's still fighting. Okay. And she has support, but her family she's just basically by herself. And it's so heartbreaking because yes, she wants justice for Tommy and for her daughter, Crystal, but right now she's focused on this baby, and I don't blame her. And it's so saddening to see her have to go through all of this together. It's horrible.
Emergency custody, according to someone close to the case. We're told it was denied for now, but a hearing later this week could change that. As for Eli's dad, he is currently in the Hardin County Detention Center on a $10 million bond. So we first saw big movement in this case about 3 weeks ago with the arrest of Joseph Lawson. He was the first person arrested in the Crystal Rogers investigation, which has been going on for more than 8 years. Let's take a closer look at that arrest now. Lawson was indicted on September 7th by a Nelson County grand jury. He was charged with criminal conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. He pleaded not guilty to both of those charges. His bond has been set at $500,000, and we are expecting to see him back in court on October 26. Lawson was the first arrest in connection to the Crystal Rogers case, but of course today's developments, Brooks Houck's arrest is by far the biggest development. This case has been going on for 8 years, and there have been tons of searches. There have been tons of police investigations, different interviews along the way. Let's take a look back at the complete timeline of this investigation.
July 3rd of 2015, when Crystal Rogers was last seen alive. At the time, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office was handling the case. Brooks Houck, Rogers' former boyfriend, told police they'd fed the cows at his family's farm, then went home together. He says the next morning she was gone.
She has vanished.
4 months later, on October 16th, 2015, Ed Mattingly, who was the sheriff at the time, announced Crystal was presumed dead and declared Houck the main suspect.
No comment. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Fast forward 18 months. On November 19th of 2016, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, was shot and killed while hunting. No arrests have been made in that case, which is still being investigated by Kentucky State Police. There would be
And that's something else too, you guys, that pisses me off, that anybody that's ever hunted or knows anything about this, or law enforcement, doodlebug, typically a hunting accident is not going to be a kill shot on the first shot. It could be. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, but in a lot of ways, I have a doubt for that. So for them to look at this, remotely look at this accidental, is bullshit to me. Okay, one shot and out, and that's that. No. And there was nobody around. There was nobody else around. So that's why I know this was done by a sniper that was however far away and out of anybody's view. So my guess is that something happened at that farm 100% my opinion. Yeah, I think that was a ambush. I think that, here's my thought on what happened. I think that he did take her to the farm, and I think Nick was there. Okay. Waiting, and I said, when that happened, I think that was all there was to it. End of story. I think that was where they did what they did, disposed of her, and onward they went. And I think Brooks was forced by his brother to do that, because I think Brooks was working with him and them and whatever they were doing. That's again my opinion. Just saying. Yes, this is the next. Thank you, Tomboy, very much. Appreciate that.
no new developments until nearly 4 years after that shooting on August of 2020, when the FBI took over Crystal's case. It searched several properties, from the home of Brooks' brother, former Bardstown police officer Nick Houck, to the Houck family farm where Crystal was last seen. In August 2021, federal agents uncovered items of interest under a driveway in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, home to a number of homes owned by Brooks Houck. More than a year later, in October of 2022, FBI agents were back at the 245-acre Houck family farm, spending 5 days on site. Evidence collected was sent to the FBI's lab in Quantico to be analyzed. And that brings us to June 21st of this year, when a grand jury indicted 32-year-old Joseph Lawson on 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The charges are tied to an incident during 4th of July weekend of 2015.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. This does give Murdaugh vibes. It really does. It's a couple cases wrapped up in one, in my opinion. Matahari says, I think they hired, they did hire Squirrel Man, that creepy looking sexy guy there. Yeah. I do agree. I don't believe, and I hate to say this because Sherry definitely deserves this, I don't believe they'll find what they should. Okay. I think this was very well done. Professionally done, law enforcement being involved. Okay. You know, the things to do, things like that. This is truly my thought on this and just my opinion. So I'm just saying, I don't think they'll find her in that aspect.
15, the same weekend Crystal was reported missing. Around 3 weeks later, Lawson was arrested, his attorney confirming the charges are in connection to Crystal's case. And now the arrest of Brooks Houck. The FBI Louisville says agents made that arrest along with Kentucky State Police. He's been a primary suspect in this case since Rogers' disappearance from Bardstown. The FBI says Houck was arrested without incident, and according to the indictment, he's charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence. More details are expected to be revealed during his first appearance in court early next month in Nelson County.
Okay, so that was a year ago. All right, so this next one, and again, thank you, Tomboy, for sending this over.
Good evening to you. I'm Erica Fox. A bombshell revelation.
Hang on there, Erica. Give me a minute. You talk too fast. Jeez. Zoinks. Okay, next up. Now, this is from a year ago as well. And thank you, Tomboy, for finding this one. Yep, this is another one, Matahari. That's the other case I was thinking of, was Crystal McCrory's case, Jenna's sister. 100% same vibes because of the law enforcement involvement and things like that. Like I said, there's a couple different cases wrapped up into one, in my opinion.
Good evening to you. I'm Erica Fox. A bombshell revelation in court today as Brooks Houck was arraigned for the murder of Crystal Rogers. For the first time ever, prosecutors are linking the investigation into the murder of Tommy Ballard, Rogers' father, to the Houck family. Appearing via video from the Hardin County Jail, Brooks Houck was arraigned today. He's facing charges of murder and tampering with evidence in connection to the 2015 disappearance of his girlfriend, Crystal Rogers. When asked about the future of the case, the setting trial date, the prosecution said there are more than 1,000 pages of evidence. He also said they're waiting on tests to come back on the firearm they believe was used to murder Tommy Ballard in 2016. And he revealed the gun came from Brooks Houck's brother.
Surprise. Surprise. And the gun that went, yeah, surprise.
Firearm that we purchased from Nicholas Houck, who was using a fake name when he sold the rifle. We know it's the same caliber. There's 5 criteria that they're looking at, and so far it's matched 4 of the 5 criteria.
At this time, no members of the Houck family have been charged in connection with Tommy Ballard's death. An attorney for Brooks Houck argued for his bond to be lowered from $10 million to $500,000 cash. The judge says he'll make a ruling on Houck's bond as soon as possible.
Now, next up, you're going to love this one. Again, and this isn't conspiracy shit, guys. This is like really shit that's happening. It's sad. Joseph Lawson, the son, Joseph Lawson, is now paraplegic from a motorcycle accident in 21. Interesting, isn't that? Go lay down. Sneaky. Okay, next up, check this.
This week brought bombshells and new developments in the murder case of Crystal Rogers. One of the big ones revealed in court, the Houck family secretly taped court proceedings that were supposed to be confidential.
WDRB's Valerie Chin has been digging into that and explains why nobody has been charged.
This entire family is crooked as all hell, all the way up to the mama, the Houck mama, okay? They're all crooked and all bad people.
Charged and won't be. Val?
That answer is simple. Nobody in the Houck family has been charged because it's been too long. The statute of limitations has passed.
Brooks Houck shows her how to run the recorder, tells her he wants a tape of it. The question is why? To make sure everyone's story is consistent. As been stated before, the truth will set you free. The problem in this matter is the truth will imprison Brooks Houck. And we're asking Your Honor.
That's Shane Young, the special prosecutor assigned to the Crystal Rogers murder case, talking about Brooks Houck and his sister. Grand jury proceedings are secret. That's where regular members of the public chosen to be on a grand jury determine whether someone should face criminal charges. They don't decide whether a defendant is guilty. That's what a jury does. We talked to Terry Gohagan, the Nelson County Commonwealth's attorney. He says he subpoenaed the Houck family within 2 weeks of Crystal Rogers' disappearance back in 2015 and interviewed members of the Houck family. He says at the time, there was no reason to believe they had recorded the grand jury proceedings. Gohagan says when the FBI searched Brooks Houck's mother, Rosemary's farm, years later, it found the recordings in a jacket in a closet. He says the family took micro recorders into the grand jury room that could be easily hidden in a pocket. Young talked about the recordings on Thursday.
The defendant's sister, Rhonda McEvoy Houck, brother, Nicholas Houck, mother, Rosemary Houck, brother-in-law, Alex McEvoy, and Rosemary Houck's live-in boyfriend, Larry Mont, all recorded secretly.
The entire damn family is involved in this whole thing. This is like some crazy shit, folks.
Brought in recorders and recorded the grand jury. I've been practicing here, Your Honor, for 25 years in this state, and I have yet, ever heard of anyone recording a grand jury.
The other way you look at that is law enforcement
local law enforcement comes out and says you're the prime suspect and releases evidence and gets you excoriated on podcasts and medias and signs in yards, who in their right mind wouldn't want to know what was being said?
Gohagan says that the recordings were discovered in 2015. The Houks who recorded them could have been charged with contempt of court. It's a misdemeanor with a fine of up to $1,000 and a year in jail. But misdemeanors can only be prosecuted within 1 year of the crime. So Gohagan says too much time has passed to charge anyone now. We continue to follow new developments in this case, so stay tuned to WDRB. Valerie Chin, WDRB News.
She's back, SRB. Say hi, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Don't worry. The dog takes her for a good quick walk since she comes back. No problem.
Yeah, we go around the short block. And later this afternoon, maybe it'll be a little bit warmer. I'll take him on a little longer walk.
Yeah. You mean he'll take you on a walk? You don't walk the dog. We know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that pisses me off really bad too, Tomboy. This whole statute of limitations bullshit. There shouldn't be with something like this. There definitely shouldn't be, but whatever. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mom Bear. What were you gonna say?
Oh, no, I was done.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
Okay. Nope.
Okay. Let me show you. There's an interview with the police chief that was the police chief at the time that all this happened. Okay. Trying to give you as much info from different people on this as I can and show you all the little pieces of it so how it all fits together. You know what I mean?
Can you believe it's been 10 years?
I can. Some people, we were at Police Week last week talking about it, and you have those that it seemed like yesterday, and then you have those that it seems like it was forever. And obviously it depends on where you are, meaning were you close, intimate family, or were you coworkers and friends? And but yeah, 10 years ago, it does not seem that long, believe me, to me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. In some ways, it does seem like some of those emotions, some of the things you saw. I mean, can you take us back to the scene, kind of arriving there? And
Yeah, you hear the term the politicians use it. What will you do when you get that 3 a.m. phone call? Well, I got that 3 a.m. phone call, and I remember when the phone rang at that time. Oh, man, this can't be good. But then when I looked over the phone, it said Nelson County Dispatch. Then I knew.
And he's saying that attorney was making an argument to give allowance for them to record the hit. Right. It's crazy, bro, isn't it? That's nuts to me. Absolutely nuts.
It was not good, because if it was an incident or a situation, the night chief on my department would be the one calling, not dispatch. So I knew. And then I just remember him saying, "We've got a bad situation, chief." Of course, by that time I'm already up, trying to throw on clothes, uniform, whatever I wore, and talk at the same time. And he just said, we're not sure what happened. He's down. I said, okay, who? And of course he said it was Ellis. And because of those tree branches, it was very confusing to everybody, because I think he even told me, we don't know if a tree fell on him, which I thought, what in the hell was he doing on a, but there's 3 o'clock in the morning, the cobwebs. And, but I just remember him saying it's not good. He would never.
I think Jason got a call or was told to go that direction for some reason whatsoever, purposely went that way. It was set up, pre-planned, premeditated, so on and so forth. And they took him out because of that situation. And then everything, the domino effect basically happened, and everything went boom, 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 boom from there on out, guys. That's how this all played out, in my opinion. Tomboy said no, Dago. What that? No, what now? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess I'm wrong. Well, that was it. Okay. Well, either way, it still plays out the way I think it did. They knew the route that he took home. Okay, that's there you go. Anyway, he took that route home. they were waiting for him, or they set that whole thing and then, you know, waiting for him to do what they did is what. So I'm still on the same path, Tomboy. Thank you for correcting me, though.
He did not tell me he had been killed, and that's not his place. I don't blame dispatch at all, but doing this long enough and those spidey senses, as we call it, I knew it was not good. And then, you know, I live right in town in Bardstown, and you know, I jumped in my car. I'm headed out to the Bluegrass, and my phone rang, and it was one of the officers who was on the scene. Happened to be one of, you know, Jason's good friends, and he's crying, and I answered, and he's like, they killed him. He's gone, Chief. He's gone. And I said, I'm on the way. Not knowing what I was going to do, but I was, you know. And then when I got to the scene, I remember it was eerily silent, and it was a full moon that night. So for 3 o'clock in the morning, it was just lit up.
Exactly. That's my point right there. I mean, like she said, he was ambushed, and who else would have known his route home and knew when he logged off? His partner, truly. So once again, thank you, Nick. I mean, this is so like cut and dry, guys. You can see it for what it is. You know, it's just, once again, here we sit, and Brooks is just now being, I mean, thank God he is, but still, I want to see Nick. I just want to see it all come down. I want to see Sherry get absolute justice in every aspect on this. I really do. And the other people that lost their lives, their families deserve that justice as well.
Natural, but of course the lights, and police lights and stuff. But I just remember being eerily silent, and walked up to the yellow tape, and you know, the officers were just standing quiet. There were like 4 paramedics on the scene, and they were just kind of standing, I don't want to say in formation, but they were just standing, you know, shoulder to shoulder, just kind of like a, you know, wow. And I just remember lifting the tape. KSP and the sheriff were arriving at the time, because, you know, it happened out in the sheriff's jurisdiction. So he responded, and I just remember lifting the tape and walking up and looking down at Jason and thinking, what in the hell happened here? You know, didn't call off. Obviously, this tree didn't fall on him, but he was obviously shot and killed. And I just remember kneeling down, and his right knee was up. He was on his back, and I just remember putting my hand on his knee, and I had my moment, I guess, where I was confused, I was upset, I was hurt, I was mad. I just, you know, cried a little bit, and I just remember, Jason, we'll figure this out. And I stood up, and I kind of told myself, okay, you got to be the chief. Try later. And at that point, I just said, okay, guys, here's, you know, I just started shooting directions, and of course, KSP was going to take it. You know, sheriff and I and KSP kind of grouped, and the sheriff said, I want KSP to take it. Absolutely. I knew they had better toys than both of our agencies combined. So, but that was that moment where, you know, wow.
You remember such vivid details. I mean, is it just stuck there?
There are things that there's an old saying in police work is I wish my heart could forget what my eyes have seen. And there's just some things throughout my 35 years that I was on it. There are some things that I could describe to a detail. Some things like you have to remind me, oh yeah, I did make that run. But there are certain things that, you know, where were you when Kennedy was killed kind of things, you know, and that's one of them that is etched in my head, and it's never going to leave, even if it's solved. It's, you know.
And I remember when we talked, 5 years ago for the podcast, you called it your darkest day. Is it still your darkest day? Will it always be your darkest day?
I think so. You know, and when I say that, meaning I've been in shootings. I've been in some horrible situations over the 3 decades I was in. And while, you know, there's always that, I don't want to say PTSD, but close.
So this was 10 years after the situation happened. I just kind of wanted to give you guys his outlook on what he saw when he got there, what he remembered, so on and so forth. Excuse me. There's more. I promise you there's more. Where are we at here? All right, next up now. Court TV did a thing on this. They spoke with Sherry, and they showed the link to Tommy's murder. I'm going to call it a murder because I don't care what they call it, because I know what it was. All right. This goes.
I believe with all my heart.
This goes along with that link to it. I'm sorry.
I believe with all my heart and soul that there is going to be an arrest and there will be justice for my family.
Crystal Marie Rogers was a 35-year-old mother of 5 when she was last seen on July.
Oh, mind you, some of this stuff you guys have already heard, but there's the new parts in it about the link to Tommy's murder.
July 3rd, 2015. 2 days later, on July 5th, Rogers' mother reported her missing. The same day she was reported missing, her red Chevy Impala was found abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway with a flat tire and keys in the ignition and a diaper bag still in the car. Crystal's mother, Sherry Ballard, thinks that the car was staged.
I think they placed my daughter's car on that BG. I have never, ever thought that my daughter was in that car.
In the weeks after her disappearance, investigators focused on Rogers' longtime boyfriend, Brooks Houck. According to police, he was the last person to see Rogers alive.
So you go to bed, she stays up. What's she doing? She's just on her phone playing. I don't know what game, but she normally plays a game. Right. She's got several of them on there, but I don't know which one. Do you know what time he into bed, or she put him into bed? I don't know. And so when you wake up, he's there, but Crystal's not. She's not.
Multiple searches of Houck's home and family farm turned up no connection to her disappearance. But just a few months after Crystal vanished, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office named Houck the main suspect in the case. Houck denied any involvement for more than 8 years until he was indicted and arrested by the FBI and Kentucky State Police. This came just weeks after Joseph Lawson was arrested for conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with evidence in the case. However, Sherry Ballard has never doubted Brooks Houck was connected to her daughter's disappearance.
I believe 100% in my heart that Brooks Houck is responsible, and that's my opinion.
Big day in court. Brooks Houck in court. They had a hearing. Some people were remote, but the prosecutor, wow. The prosecutor revealing some information in court today no one was expecting. It's all related to the other murder, the murder of Crystal's dad, Tommy Ballard. Let's take a listen.
I will tell you, Your Honor, we're investigating the murder of Tommy Ballard that could potentially be related to this case. We are waiting for testing to come back on the firearm we believe was used to murder Tommy Ballard, a firearm that we purchased from Nicholas Houck, who was using a fake name when he sold the rifle. We know it's the same caliber. There's 5 criteria that they're looking at, and so far it's matched 4 of the 5 criteria.
Wow. This is huge. Let's bring in our think tank, Lori Murray, Kirk Nermy, Brian Silber, still with us. You know, logic tells you the 2 murders are connected, Kirk, but now they're saying that they were able to get their hands on what they believe was the murder weapon for Crystal's father, purchased from Brooks Houck's brother, former police officer.
Right. I mean, it's starting to tie the whole thing together. We don't have a lot of information as it relates to Crystal, but we see this gun that's involved. Could this gun be involved in the murder of Crystal as well? Is there evidence to support that? We don't know that yet. But we also know that Mr. Lawson, who was involved, gave some information that motivated this arrest after 8 years. So something significant changed after that 8-year period that made prosecutors confident enough to feel to bring this indictment. And I think now we're starting to see that the evidence is pretty strong. The FBI is starting to put the pieces together after all this time.
Yeah, Brian Silber.
I pray to God, Matahari. That's why I'm showing you guys this too. I pray that he does. I hope the whole family goes at some point, somehow. I really, truly do.
I look at this case, and there was the interview that he did with investigators, and he was acting kind of strange, kind of like a reality show person who thinks that they can act. That's the vibe. That's just the vibe I got from him. But the fact, if they can tie the murder weapon that was used to kill her father to his brother, I mean, you're putting together a large conspiracy here in what happened to Crystal and her dad, and who's responsible here.
Well, this is where the role of discovery for the defense in any case plays a major component because they need to see what the government has. I'm hearing allegations.
Welcome, Aurora. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much, and I hope you enjoy the show. Hope to see you again. Thank you for being here today.
In the courtroom, but I'm not seeing evidence yet. What is the connection? What were the 4 of the 5 criteria he was referencing? Are they strong? Are they weak? Are they credible? These are all things that the defense is going to have to look at. We all want to see a bigger picture and big connections. It makes for an interesting case, but we got to be grounded in reality, and that's what discovery is for. And those grounds will be founded in evidence.
Now, we spoke about Brooks Houck was in court. and they're talking about his brother Nicholas.
Doodle, if you're in here, dear, please check Discord.
Police officer connected to this gun. Take a listen to what the prosecutor had to say about what the Houck family members were doing when they were testifying in front of the grand jury.
The defendant speaks in his motion about his loving support of his family. I completely agree. They've been supportive. In this matter, the defendant's sister, Rhonda McEvoy Houck, brother Nicholas Houck, mother Rosemary Houck, brother-in-law Alex McEvoy, and Rosemary Houck's live-in boyfriend, Larry Mott, all recorded, secretly brought in recorders and recorded the grand jury. I've been practicing here, Your Honor, for 25 years in this state, and I have yet, ever, heard of anyone recording a grand jury.
Lori Murray, how about that? I mean, we dealt with the Murdochs down there. Now we're dealing with the Houcks out in Kentucky. Like, they're recording the grand jury proceedings secretly.
I think they're going to get joint cells. Maybe they can have, adjoining rooms like at the Motel 6. But what baffles me is that this all comes out during a bond reduction motion hearing. This was an explosive hearing that nobody really expected. And I also read that the grandmother in this case pled the fifth when she testified in front of the grand jury. They all know something, and they're all protecting him. And it's baffling to me. And they try to get their story together. And these grand jury proceedings are always secret. You know that. I know that. Every attorney knows that. And they knew that. That's why they recorded it, so that they could make sure that their stories fit and matched, and nobody gave up one or the other. They're all in on it, and they're all going to go to jail.
Okay, and do we have our guest joining us? In just a second. Okay, Kirk Nurmi, quickly to you. Have you, in your career, ever heard of grand jury proceedings being secretly recorded?
No, I was amazed. It's such a bombshell, and it's really demonstrative of guilt. We're starting to tie up a story here of a family cover-up. Like you said, just like the Murdochs, just a different state, same kind of family dynamic, if you will.
Doing anything to protect their family. Okay, we've got a special guest joining us by phone tonight from Scripps News Lexington reporter Lee Searcy, who was in the courtroom for Brooks Houck's hearing today. Lee, great to speak with you tonight. What can you tell us about that courtroom today, and who was there?
Well, of course, Sherry Ballard, Crystal Rogers' mother, was there. Her grandparents were there. Her sister and her Crystal Rogers' daughter was there. And sitting on the opposite side of the courtroom, Brooks Houck's mother, Rosemary, who was there with a male friend. Someone told me that may have been her boyfriend. But the courtroom was packed on the Rogers side of the courtroom. And we were anticipating this, expecting this to be just a typical arraignment. You waive arraignment and you enter a not guilty plea on your client's behalf. And then we did know that there would be a discussion about lowering the bond, but nobody anticipated what came out in court today.
Unbelievable. Did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone there?
I did. I spoke to Till Ballard, Crystal's grandfather, and this is a happy time for them. Kind of mixed emotions, but they have waited for this day to see Brooks in court, and they were very emotional, as you can imagine. And I tried to talk to Rosemary Houck on the way out after court, but she didn't have much to say. If you want to roll that footage, you can see what happened.
Are your sons involved in the murder of Tommy Ballard or Crystal? Do you have anything at all to say? Are you sorry for anything?
Unreal. So now, Lee, it seems like you've got allegations that the family's recording everything, that the murder of Tommy Ballard, the weapon that was used, the firearm that was used, may be connected to Brooks' brother. I mean, it seems like the whole family may end up as part of this case.
I have heard for about 8 years now, especially from those close to the Ballard family, the Rogers family, that they think this could be a so-called family affair. They've searched the grandparents, the mother's farm.
And when they say family affair, they're talking about everybody. The parents, the Houck parents, the grandparents. I'm sorry, Houck mother, the grandparents, the sisters, the brothers. Everybody in this damn family is involved in this. And that's disgusting to me. And of course, you had one involved in law enforcement. So there's that. I think this was kind of the family business, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms, truly. I'm back here. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Nick Houck, Brooks' brother's home. Obviously, they've searched Brooks' house. And, it's really looking like that could be a possibility. I mean, when they said that the brother of Brooks reportedly sold a gun used to kill Tommy Ballard, mean, those of us, all the media, we were all sitting in the jury section, and we all just kind of looked at each other and went, wow, did we just hear that correctly? And Nick Houck, by the way, he wasn't in court. But I hear that he has been going about his business, kind of going to town, running errands, and but he was not in court today. I looked for him.
What a day in Kentucky. Lee Searcy, Scripps News, Lexington, thank you so much for all that reporting. I'm sure we'll be speaking again because this case has turned out to be something. And what developments today. Thank you so much.
Guys, one moment here. See if this will work yet. Hold on.
Well, the suspect.
Now, again, this has a couple things. There's some things you've heard, but it's just another re-up on this. Here we go. Okay.
Not guilty.
Brooks Houck, who appeared
Well, the suspect in the 2015 disappearance of Crystal Rogers made his first appearance in court today and pled not guilty.
Brooks Houck, who appeared virtually from jail, is being held on, listen to this, $10 million bond. His attorneys asked for a reduction, not surprisingly, claiming the amount is excessive and punitive. They suggested $500,000 bond and a GPS monitor. That would be enough to ensure Houck's return to court.
But prosecutors say Houck is a multi-millionaire with vast resources. The judge will rule on that request at a later date.
Prosecutors also dropped this bombshell in court, saying they have the gun they believe was used to kill Tommy Ballard, and that is Crystal Rogers' father, and that happened the year after Rogers went missing. They say they purchased it from Brooks Houck's brother, Nick. Now, Nick was a former police chief who was using a fake name. Nick Houck was fired from the Bardstown Police Department for interfering in the Rogers case. Here's a portion of today's hearing.
Certainly, one of the things the court is concerned about in this case is obviously a bond is reasonable to assure his appearance, but also the safety of any witnesses. Is the Commonwealth wanting to go anywhere with any other investigations that are going on in regard to this matter?
Yes, we are. I will tell you, Your Honor, we're investigating the murder of Tommy Ballard that could potentially be related to this case. We were waiting for testing to come back on the firearm we believe was used to murder Tommy Ballard, a firearm that we purchased from Nicholas Houck, who was using a fake name when he sold the rifle. We know it's the same caliber. There's 5 criteria that they're looking at, and so far it's matched 4 of the 5 criteria. And we would ask if Your Honor does grant the bond, and I'll provide a list of witnesses to the court as well as to the defense counsel, but we would ask for GPS monitoring. We would ask for no contact with the Ballard family, and we would ask for no contact by the Houck family. I'm not talking about defense counsel or any investigators that have.
How you doing, Walt? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I'll give you one last opportunity here.
Approximately, yeah.
Thank you for being here, Aurora.
Start with I guess the easiest things, but I do not object to a no contact order between Mr. Houck and the Ballard family. That's standard. That's appropriate. I'm sure neither side wants to have contact.
All right, still with us, trial attorney Rich Schoenstein. Rich, this is an interesting one because, again, a $10 million bond sounds like a lot. When I look through the criteria of bond there, it's danger to the community, flight risk. It doesn't also say anything about the amount of money the person has, right? There's a number of factors. I don't know if that should or should not be considered. Certainly, you want it to be enough to give incentive for this person to come back, and $10 million is a lot. What I thought was very effective by the defense, they named a number of cases, similar type crimes, where the most bail asked for by the court in counties all around and in Bardstown was $3 million. This is 3 times that. Your thoughts on their arguments?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, Michael, and you're exactly right. What are the 2 things you look at in a bond determination? You look, is there a safety risk and is there a flight risk? So now this safety risk comes up because we have this bombshell of the death of the father that may be linked. And so there's an implication that there could be some sort of safety risk if this person is out free and can contact the family, and there's a problem there, and there's a flight risk because of resources. I don't know if one of the possibilities is just to say no bond. I mean, at some point you make the number so astronomically high, you might as well just say you're not permitting bond.
Yeah, and so I would agree with you, but we all know you can't. There's some cases in which you're not allowed to say no bond
Right,
as
you
a
have a
judge.
constitutional right for bond.
Exactly, you
Yeah.
have a constitutional right for bond, and so 10 million, though, I would agree is a little excessive, but he does have a lot of resources allegedly. All right, stay with us. When we come back, more jaw-dropping details from Brooks Houck's bond hearing. This time, allegations about how his family behaved during the grand jury proceedings. Stay tuned.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the discovery of Suzanne Morphew's remains and how it may relate to another. And tonight at 8/7.
The suspect in the 2015 disappearance of Crystal Rogers pled not guilty today at a bond hearing that revealed new details in this case. The judge is taking time to review Brooks Houck's request for a reduction in his $10 million bond. His attorneys have asked for it to be reduced to $500,000 and say he will also agree to wear an ankle monitor.
But prosecutors also dropped a few bombshells today, saying they believe they had the gun used to kill Rogers' father, Tommy Ballard. Now, he was shot by a sniper the year after his daughter went missing in 2015. Prosecutors are also accusing Houck's family of recording jurors during the grand jury proceedings. Now, here's a portion that talks about that during today's hearing.
The Commonwealth is asking this court to consider the defendant and his family's behavior during the grand jury proceedings in this matter. The defendant speaks in his motion about his loving support of his family. I completely agree. They've been supportive. This court and defense counsel are well aware of the sanctity of grand jury proceedings. It's so important the Kentucky Supreme Court gave it its own rule. Grand jury proceedings are secret. In this matter, the defendant's sister, Rhonda McElvoy Houck, brother, Nicholas Houck, mother, Rosemary Houck, brother-in-law, Alex McElvoy, and Rosemary Houck's live-in boyfriend, Larry Mott, all recorded, secretly brought in recorders and recorded the grand jury. I've been practicing here, Your Honor, for 25 years in this state, and I've yet, ever heard of anyone recording a grand jury. I've got copies of the grand jury proceedings as it relates to the one Mr. Houck is involved in. And I will tell Your Honor that I also have a transcript, which I provided to Mr. Butler. I will tell you this is an in-house transcript. I'm not asking Your Honor to rely on the transcript. The reason why I'm tendering it is because it has times on it of relevant conversations on it. These are conversations that occur between, may I approach? That's just a summary. There's times on it noted. It'll need to be sealed because it does contain the grand jury proceeding. The total time of the tape is nearly 5 hours. The first 2 hours of it is interaction between Mr. Brooks Houck and his sister, where they talk about Brooks Houck shows her how to run the recorder, tells her he wants a tape of it. The question is why? This was in July. Ms. Houck, Rosemary Houck, as well as Nicholas Houck testified on July 15, the same month of the murder of Crystal Houck. The sister was in 2016. The question is why? I think everyone in this courtroom knows why. To make sure everyone's story is consistent. As been stated before, the truth will set you free. The problem in this matter is the truth will imprison Brooks Houck.
Here to discuss trial attorney Rich Schoenstein. And Rich, Michael and I have been talking about how have they been taping it, what have they been taping, but I think that just made clear that they are literally taping when they are testifying to the grand jury, all secret, and that's what they tape so they can see that the statements are consistent, or rather, the defendant allegedly has had this done, so he can do that. And I agree. I mean, grand jury, it is secret for a reason. This is a huge issue.
Absolutely. A very big issue. You know, you can't mess around with grand jury or jury proceedings at all. And to go in there with a tape recorder as suspect, if these people really did it, I suspect they'll be prosecuted for that. And if the defendant arranged it, it's going to be an issue in his prosecution, and it should be.
And I'll tell you what, Rich, if in fact those transcripts are what they say they are, I don't think he's getting bail.
Yeah.
I think the whole bail argument goes out the window.
It all plays.
Definitely not. Definitely not. This is again from like last year, guys. So we have new stuff that's coming up too, but just so you know. Anyway, I wanted you guys to see all of these pieces of information about this stuff. This one's almost done. I need a whiteboard, Mama Bear. I just threw that on my wish list thing. A whiteboard and the markers, because I'm about to get one. Seriously.
Yep.
I'm about to draw it all out. Draw pictures for you guys too. We can play win, lose, or damn draw. Seriously. And we can write it all down and point to things and names and stuff. I love whiteboards. I've been wanting one for a while. I just now thought of it though. Hard to believe that the grand juries and misdemeanors should be absolutely 100%. Every damn person in the family recorded everything. That's insane to me. It's crazy.
Plays into this issue of safety. This is somebody who's trying to maybe align the evidence, mess with the evidence, potentially intimidate witnesses or jury members. You know, it definitely goes to the question of whether or not he should have bail.
Yeah, I don't think it's coincidental, Michael, that at the same time they're saying reduce this bail to $500,000, which clearly, from what we understand of his assets, he'd be able to make bond at that point. That the state says, and by the way, Judge, we've got an issue with these grand jury proceedings because that will give a judge incentive to say, no, you don't. You're trying to mess with the system from inside. I'm not going to let you out. Compare this to the Murdaugh case because we were talking about the similarities. It's a family in a smaller community with a lot of wealth and assets and allegations, at least, of being involved in murder.
Yeah, well, I think Judge, you just made the comparative points that he's well financed, he's well known in the community. That can present some difficulties in getting a jury that can decide it fair and impartially, or could believe he would do something like this.
Thank you, Paula.
You know, it doesn't seem to be sort of as gruesome and out of the blue as the Murdaugh murders, and I don't know if it has as extensive a backstory as Murdaugh does, but there are definitely some comparable factors.
I think as this trial comes about, we're going to find out a lot more because there have been allegations about them messing around with the system throughout this case. And Brooks Houck, you know, in his involvement and his connections, his brother Nick was fired for messing around with the investigation. So I think there's a lot to be learned as we move forward.
And now a gun allegedly connecting two different murders.
All right. Absolutely. Okay. Now, let's see what we got to date. All right. Okay, the newest updates to add to this is something that they were talking about a few months back about cell phone tracking. Let me find where it went though. Since I can't use my stupid downloads, I have to go find each one of these again. By the way, I want to show this first and then we'll bring up that.
A special prosecutor is looking.
This is another issue because these two did not get and still aren't getting nowhere near as much attention as the other stuff is. And it's sad to me. It's very sad. So let's check this out here real first.
Thank you, Walt.
A special prosecutor is looking into 3 murders in Nelson County, but one family was left out of the new effort.
Kathy Netherland and her daughter were killed in 2014. Their family is upset a special prosecutor is not also looking into this case, which has been cold for 9 years.
WOKY's Mark Vanderhoff joins us now to explain. Mark?
Yeah, that's right. Sarah Harden reached out to us after a new development in the murder cases of Jason Ellis, Crystal Rogers, and Tommy Ballard. Those 3 have a new special prosecutor, which has Harden asking, why don't her family members have one?
I was sitting at home and my dad called me and said, "Are you watching the news right now?"
The Monday after Easter 2014, Kathy Netherland and her daughter Samantha were brutally murdered in their Bardstown home.
They didn't do anything to harm anybody. They were good people. And my family misses them every day.
Their murders have gone unsolved, like others in Nelson County. Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis in 2013, mother of 5 Crystal Rogers in 2015, and 1 year later, Rogers' father, Tommy Ballard. Sarah Harden says she was curious when she heard Attorney General Daniel Cameron appointed a new special prosecutor in the cases of Ellis, Rogers, and Ballard.
At first, I was happy before I read the article because I thought, oh, great, we're going to get somewhere. And then I read it, and me personally, I took it as a spit in the face. because it's like, why exclude my family? Are we not important?
In a previous statement, Cameron's office called the appointment a minor alteration in a multi-agency investigation. But to Hardin, it's just another example of how her family's case has received less attention than others.
That's why I'm here, because if nobody says anything, they'll be forgotten. And I made a deathbed promise to my dad that that wouldn't happen.
Hardin says her father, Mike Hardin, was close to his cousin, Kathy Netherland.
I've never seen him cry as hard as when he told me about Kathy and Smith. My dad loved her dearly.
The only lead investigators have made public in the case is footage of this black Impala captured speeding away from the Netherlands home on U.S. Highway 150.
There's got to be somebody that knows something somewhere.
Now, we reached out to the Attorney General's office via email and phone to clarify some things about the appointment, but we didn't receive any response. Mark Vanderhoff, WLKY News.
It's really sad, you guys. Really sad to me. They all deserve the same attention, in my opinion. Absolute, and it's just not fair. Okay, next, back to where I was. Hold on here. Oh, I forgot this one, you guys. There's so much of this. I'm so sorry. Welcome back, Mama Bear. I'm in a little disorganized with it too. My apologies. I was going to throw this in earlier. This was an interview with Sherry. Crystal's mother. All right, I'll give you this real quick too.
Heartache and unanswered questions. Where is Crystal Rogers? The Bardstown mom disappeared 8 years ago today, and for the first time, we're hearing what the FBI initially told Crystal's mom when they took over the case, and why it's been a tough reality to face.
July 3rd, 2015. The search began early Tuesday morning. We're being held about... The FBI wrapped up after we didn't find her.
Crystal Rogers disappeared.
Remember Crystal Rogers of Bardstown near the intersection. Parents Tommy and Sherry Ballard
to bring Crystal home.
Gosh, it's been like torture.
Year after year, it's no answers.
I can't even believe I had to wait 8 years. It doesn't get easier as the time goes by.
Crystal Rogers seemingly vanished into thin air.
People tell you it gets easier.
At this point,
it hasn't for me.
People know her story. In Bardstown, in Louisville, and across the nation. Mother of 5 gone missing July 2015.
It's not like my daughter not in touch with us.
Hi, Mom.
Her friend at the time and father of her youngest child, Brooks Houck, is considered to be the last person to see her alive.
I didn't trust Brooks Houck to begin with. I knew what kind of relationship they had and how he treated her. And the minute that I knew she wasn't in contact with anyone, then that's when I knew something was definitely wrong.
He's also the main suspect in her disappearance, but has never been charged in the case. Family found Crystal's car abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway. The maroon Chevy Impala had a flat tire with Crystal's keys, purse, and cell phone still inside. The case has gone from the Nelson County Sheriff's Office to Kentucky State Police, and ultimately the FBI in 2020.
The FBI guy that I work with is busting his butt, and I mean literally busting his butt to find answers for my family. And you know, he's very good at his job.
Over the years, the Houck family farm, the homes of Brooks Houck and his brother Nick Houck, have been searched multiple times along with a storage unit. In 2021, the driveway of a home built by Houck was ripped up. And most recently in 2022, the FBI was back again at the Houck farm for a 5-day search. But what is the Federal Bureau of Investigation looking for? Because it's not just FBI agents executing these warrants. IRS agents have been on scene as well. Still, no arrests. Ballard says Crystal planned on leaving Brooks and the job she had helping him with his rental properties.
She looked at me out of the blue, just out of the blue. We were not talking about that. And she's like, Mom, he thinks I'm
A whole lot, Mom. I
She said,
agree.
but I have everything. She said, I have all of his rentals. I have his tax papers. I have everything. And she said, and I hid that. And to this day, Fallon, if I have one big, huge regret, it's because I did not ask her where she put that.
She wants people to know just because you don't see the FBI on the ground in Bardstown every day, it doesn't mean they aren't working the case.
You know, the first thing the FBI told me when they got involved with this, and they're like, please don't take this the wrong way, but you know, we're not here to find your daughter. We're here to find justice for her. And if we find her in the meantime, that's a very, very good thing.
Would it be enough, you know, to get justice for Crystal, but never have that answer of where she is?
Sometimes there are just no words to adequately express the pain your heart has endured for so long. Sometimes your tears tell the entire story.
I'm sorry.
But wiping them away doesn't wipe away the grief.
It don't get easier. I know that's a possibility, but it's one I don't want to face.
The missing mom of 5 comes from a close-knit family.
I just have to be patient, and
that would give anything to have answers after 8 years.
And gosh, and pray to God that I don't have to wait very many more.
The FBI declined our request for an interview for this story, but released this statement on social media today. It says, over the last year, FBI Louisville has made significant progress in bringing this case to its rightful conclusion, and that Crystal's family and the Bardstown community deserve justice. We continue to pursue every available lead until those responsible for Crystal's disappearance are held accountable. It goes on to urge anyone with the information to contact the FBI.
Okay, now let me find that one I was trying to show you guys, and we're about done here with these. Okay, here was this next one, which was interesting to hear this too. Like I said, there's so many little things that you put it all together, but the main majority of it I was able to play for that. I know I feel so bad for Sherry, you guys. She's such a sweetheart. She really truly does remind me so much of Barbara Hall. And she has been through so much. Not to mention the other families, Jason Ellis's family. This whole thing is just, it's a horrible mess, and it's still ongoing. I mean, thank God they have Brooks, that's going on, so on and so forth, and I believe they're going to get Nick too. The whole family needs to be locked down or put on an island and just poof. You know what I mean? Just saying. I absolutely believe that. Anyway, sorry. Trying to do 3 things here at once, so my apologies, guys. Since they have one special prosecutor for these 3 cases, it makes me think they have enough evidence to link all 3. I agree with that, Matahari, and that's why I've been following it like I have. I came back to this because I saw one update on it, and I was just like, okay, well, that's good. And it's been driving me nuts. A lot of people cover Crystal's case, and I just defined that they were all linked up to what I was reading yesterday. I was like, oh my God, yeah. So, and I feel really bad because of what Sherry's gone through, truly, too. Exactly. Tommy being the way he was, and so deep into this, you know, trying to find the truth about who killed his daughter, and then losing his life. And I mean, it's just a mess. Like Mom said it a few minutes ago. It's got so many moving parts, you guys, so many of them. And it's just absolutely horrific. And it definitely deserves absolute justice for sure. I wonder how Kathy and Samantha Netherland murders could be connected, if indeed because the teacher, Kathy was a teacher at the same Oh my God, I'm gonna lose this. I know it is because of my damn ADHD. Kathy was a teacher at the same school that come on, brain, put it out there. There's a link, Eddie. There's a link. I can't think of the names right now. I'm so sorry, but there is a link between the. Where are you at, Tomboy and Matahar? I know you guys know this name. The name is not coming out of my mouth right now. Anywho, there's another teacher that worked in the same school that's related to the other situation. I can't think of her name right now. I'm sorry. I'll get it and I'll blurt it out of nowhere. But that's the connection, Eddie. With them. And that's the only one that is a bit of a weaker connection, okay? But it's still there. And there was something very possibly that was either said, seen, or heard that should not have been. You have no idea how vast that area is. When we drove the road, at first I was telling Craig she could be anywhere. 100%, Mom. I can agree with that. Yes, thank you. It's Ellis's wife. I couldn't think of her name though, Matahari. I'm sorry. The mom and Jason's wife both taught. There we go. The mom and Jason's wife both taught the same school. What is her name though, you guys? You remember her name? Jason Ellis's wife. That's what I was trying to think of. So yeah, there's your link, Eddie. That Kathy and Jason Ellis's mother or wife worked at the same school together. So I don't know if it was a warning or if it was because it's believed that there was a conversation had or something like that. I can't remember, but we never liked you, Betty. Hello. Thank you for joining. I love your name. Absolutely, buddy. I'm sorry I couldn't be more explanatory with it. The name thing, I suck at that. So my apologies, Eddie.
So Rogers' case in Bardstown was arraigned today for criminal conspiracy to commit murder. Stephen Lawson's also charged with tampering with evidence. He appeared for today's hearing by video from the Nelson County Jail. Lawson's attorney entered not guilty pleas on both counts and asked a judge to set a bond reduction hearing. The attorney says the only thing Lawson's guilty of is picking up his son from a roadside emergency.
He picked his son up, had a flat tire on about mile marker 14 on the Bluegrass Parkway heading west. He received a phone call from his son that he broke down. He went out there and picked him up, and there was a flat tire.
The car with the flat tire was Crystal Rogers' maroon Chevy Impala. It was found abandoned on the side of the interstate with Crystal's phone, keys, and purse inside. Lavitz says Stephen Lawson then dropped Joseph off at a five-star food mart in Bardstown. A bond reduction hearing was set for January. He believes Lawson should be released from jail while he awaits trial. The attorney insists the police offered his client immunity. For now, Lawson remains in the Nelson County Jail on $500,000 bond. Friends and family of Crystal Rogers were inside the courtroom today as well, just trying to keep their emotions in check. Wave News reporter Sean Bowden explains what they believe.
There we go. Amy Brown, thank you so much. That was driving me nuts. Thank you. Anyway, I don't know why I couldn't think of that. I was just talking about her this morning, looking at her name, all of that. Anyway, yes, Amy Brown was Jason Ellis's wife. That was the first police officer that was killed, the first murder that we looked at. And then again, Kathy was a teacher at the same school. Okay, I got it out. Good God, ADHD, go away. Lord have mercy, you guys. I swear it's a struggle. It really, really is.
There's more to the story than what Lawson is claiming.
For Crystal Rogers' family, it's hard to keep their emotions to themselves. They watched as Lawson appeared virtually in front of a judge Thursday. Lawson's attorney tells us his client had nothing to do with Rogers' disappearance and presumed death. Instead, only picked up his son, Joseph Lawson, on the Bluegrass Parkway after he got a flat driving Rogers' car.
Rogers' family members aren't totally buying Lawson's story. Her grandfather tells us he believes Lawson was actually present when Rogers was killed.
I think Steve Lawson was in the barn with the rest of them when Crystal was murdered.
Till Ballard is the father of Tommy Ballard, Crystal Rogers' father, who was shot and killed while hunting a year after Crystal disappeared. He believes his son's death was also not an accident, though nobody's been charged for it. As for his granddaughter, he says Stephen Lawson is one of the several people responsible.
If I could get close to him, but the law hold me back. One thing I can say, because the son of a bitch don't need to be honest, or if he had anything to do with Crystal, and I know he did.
3 different people have now been arrested. Brooks Houck charged with murdering both Lawson and his son. Till Ballard doesn't believe law enforcement is stopping there.
I'm just waiting for him to arrest 3 more. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Yeah.
Ballard didn't elaborate on who else he thought would be arrested. Most people in this case believe Rogers is dead, though her body has yet to be found. Lawson will be back in court after the new year. In Bardstown, Sean Bowdy, Wave News.
Lawson is one of 3.
There's a lot up here. This kind of has it does remind me of Murdaugh. It does remind me of Crystal McCrory's situation. And it also reminds me of it's like Delphi with all the people that are involved in it. You know what I mean? So many people.
Kimba. Yeah, in Stitches. We saw that.
Yeah, we put it out. We put it out first thing this morning, Stitches. Thank you. Okay. Yay. 1 second, guys. Now, I don't believe this, but this is another piece. I was supposed to put this out earlier. I'm sorry. My organizational skills are off today. Please accept my apology. I'll get it together, I promise. Right. 100%. The whole Houck family. All of it. Every one of them. Organized crime, because it sure as hell is what it's seeing. Reminds me of the Gambini crime family, I swear to God. Forget about it. Welcome back, Kimber.
Hello. Officer down, Bluefield.
This goes back. This is out. They put this out about 4 years ago, and this goes back to the first murder, which was Officer Jason Ellis, folks.
He was a loving, caring man.
I believe so, Tomboy.
Bluefield Road by the wire. There's been a tree limb or something. Officer down, please emergency.
You know, he was a good cop, very active cop.
Ma'am, can you advise the status of the officer? Is he conscious?
I believe he's dead.
He loved, the boys and I. He was a family man. He was outgoing. He was fun.
That's wild.
Energetic. His personality was infectious. He was always the life of the party. And he was amazing.
A dedicated public servant, parent, and partner. Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis embodied all that was good.
My name is Rick McCubbin. I'm the retired police chief from Bardstown, Kentucky. Jason was he was a chief's cop. He was a great guy.
Working nights on the force with his canine partner Figo, Jason was a drug officer. But on May 25th, 2013, he was working alone.
Jason had opted to leave Figo home that night since he was not in his canine car, in just a pool car.
Like every other night, Jason responded to calls.
139 dispatch, be traffic stop.
He popped into his son's baseball game.
He got called away in the middle of the game, and we didn't get to say bye to him.
He took a suspect to jail, and then he signed off for the night, leaving the Bardstown Police Department around 2 a.m.
139 out of count.
Driving the dark and desolate Bluegrass Parkway, Jason was heading home. The officer took his typical route, winding around exit 34. Seeing something up ahead, something in the road, something that would make the officer stop.
I've just got off work, and there was the police car is sitting in the middle of the road with the lights on.
And I said, what the hell happened?
We didn't know what it was. It's a tree across the road, And I didn't know what it was, and I got out and I went up there and looked, and it's him.
It just feels like it's not real.
Okay, can you tell if he is breathing?
No, sir, he is not breathing. Body temperature is cold.
That voice, a distillery worker on his way home for the night. Passerbys were the first to find the assassinated officer and call for help. Tomorrow night at 6, we pick up right where we left off tonight, continuing this investigation as his brothers in blue rush to the scene and then his family gets the news.
A very bad situation. Where the hell did that other... I was trying to find the follow-up with Jason Ellis's his situation.
Shooter.
Because they're all separate, but in my opinion, not. Just saying. Maybe this is the one. I think this is it. Hold on, guys.
Ambushed a Bardstown police officer 10 years ago today. After all that time, the person who killed Jason Ellis still has not been caught.
WDRB's Stefan Johnson reveals where the investigation stands today.
Despite a $200,000 reward, hundreds of tips, and massive investigative resources, this case has gone cold. But the people who knew and loved Jason Ellis believe his killer will be arrested. Historic Bardstown, Kentucky has been called America's most beautiful small town, with its distilleries, bourbon.
People don't talk here in Nelson County.
And dark secrets.
Never dreamt it had gone on 10 years.
After a decade, the murder of Officer Jason Ellis remains unsolved.
The phone rang, and it was one of the dispatchers. It was about 3 in the morning. And so when you hear politicians talk about what will you do when you get the 3 a.m. phone call, I got it. She didn't go into a lot of detail, but she said there'd been an accident with Jason.
Mackenzie Mattingly was a detective with Bardstown PD when Ellis was shot and killed on May 25th, 2013.
I'd worked with Jason when I was in uniform on second shift.
Back then, Rick McCubbin was Bardstown's chief of police.
You know, it's like the captain of the ship. Happened on my watch.
Jason Ellis was on his way home from working a shift, driving on the Bluegrass Parkway when he stopped and got out of his car to remove a tree branch from the roadway. Debris investigators believe was deliberately put there when he was shot and killed.
To this day, 100% convinced that it was a planned ambush and that Jason Ellis, for whatever reason, was the target.
Immediately, Bardstown and Kentucky State Police converged on the scene. Then federal agencies got involved, so no one thought the case would go cold.
The morning that it happened, that Saturday morning, I did the press conference there in the parking lot of the Bardstown PD. And I didn't think it would be the end of the day I was going to have a name.
But days eventually turned to weeks, months.
I just couldn't believe that someone could do that to one of our officers and not be swiftly brought to justice.
Then years and still no arrest.
The FBI and its law enforcement partners are seeking information about the murder of police officer Jason Ellis.
The investigation is now in the hands of Kentucky State Police and the FBI, and there's nearly $250,000 in reward money being offered for an arrest and conviction in the case.
It still haunts me, and I guess it always will.
Since the murder, Detective Mattingly and Chief McCubbin have both retired.
The fact that the case is unsolved is, I mean, it's a burden that we all carry in law enforcement. We want to have closure. We want the family to have some closure. We want to know who is responsible for this heinous crime.
In 2017, former LMPD Assistant Chief Kim Kresick was hired to lead the Bardstown Police Department.
After all these years, I never give up hope. I know the detectives that are working the case work tirelessly. They want the case to be solved. We all want the case to be solved.
Outside the department, there are memorials, and inside, the walls are covered with images of the fallen officer.
We stop and we look at them over and over and over every day just to keep him in our hearts and minds every single day.
And although they are no longer in law enforcement,
I totally believe it's solvable and hoping and praying sooner rather than later.
both Mattingly and McCoven are waiting for the next phone call.
I said, you got to let me celebrate with you.
And feel confident there will be an arrest in the case.
I think Chief Kim and hopefully the next chief or whoever, I'm pretty confident they will call me. They told me they would, and I have no doubt they will.
If you have a tip, just head to our website and you'll find links and phone numbers to share the information.
Hard to believe it's been 10 years already. Stefan, thank you.
Okay, and now today, that's what I was trying to pull up, you guys, sorry. The newest update to any of this that I could find as of now. Here it is, the cell phone tracking thing, and then that'll do it for this stuff, you guys. That's all I have update. Nothing newer than this. The trial, I think, is going to bring out a lot more. We shall see. Another law officer who knew where, when to have goons ambush. Jason, yeah, very good point.
At 5:30, the judge in the Bardstown murder case of Crystal Rogers delays a decision on one of the suspects today, Joseph Lawson, appearing in court via Zoom. His attorney is asking that Lawson be tried separately from his brother, Steve Lawson, and chief suspect Brooks Houck. The judge hasn't made the ruling yet. Another key ruling is also pending. Where will this trial be held? All of the attorneys have agreed on Hopkinsville in Western Kentucky, but the judge has not yet approved that. Joining me live here at 5:30 to talk about all this and why it's so important in one of Kentucky's biggest murder mysteries is Louisville attorney Nick Mudd of the Mudd Law Group. He's following the Rogers case closely. And so, Nick, the prosecutor wants all three tried together. Why would it be beneficial to defense attorneys to have the trials separate from each other?
Well, Doug, no one under any circumstances can say the same thing three times and get their story straight. Defense lawyer, if you're on this case, first of all, you want to go third. So you have the benefit of two other statements under oath by witnesses. That is a minefield for a witness to testify. And certainly it gives a defense lawyer plenty of ammo to say, hey, last time you said this, the other time you said this, and now you said this, even over trivial matters, and it could totally undermine someone's credibility.
So today the focus was on Joseph Lawson, but it got delayed. Let's talk about his brother, Steve Lawson. He's an interesting, fascinating case to me because he's given so many conflicting stories and hours of recordings with police. At one point, even saying Brooks Houck had nothing to do with Crystal's murder. So Houck's attorney, I'm sure Brian Butler, would really love to cross-examine and question this guy. Would that happen if all three are tried together? Would Brian Butler be able to question Steve Lawson?
It depends on if Steve Lawson took the stand. If he takes the stand, absolutely. However, everyone has a right under the U.S. Constitution not to incriminate themselves, which means not to testify against themselves. And no judge, no attorney, no one can force him to testify as a witness in his own trial. So Mr. Butler may not have a chance to cross-examine him.
You've brought up the case of evidence before. So far you've seen more evidence come out, but we still don't have any remains of Crystal Rogers.
Right.
Do you still believe it's going to be hard to get a conviction without physical remains or any DNA?
From what it stands right now, absolutely. However, there is something, I've pondered, you and I have talked before. There's this big thing about cell phone records. And a big thing now in cases the past 5 to 10 years has been cell phone triangulation. We all carry them. You've got one, I've got one, and it's little dots can tell you where you've been, where you were at, and how long you were there. And I do think, given the size of the record dump from the phones, that could become the key to this case.
You think the technology was there 9 years ago when this case occurred?
Absolutely. I know it's been there for several years now, and I'm positive they probably have it in this case.
I want to take you back to one of your earlier statements you said on this newscast, maybe even months ago. You said that if this case for the prosecution is built on the testimony of the Lawsons, good luck. Brooks Houck walks free. Do you still believe that?
Absolutely. I wouldn't put the whole case on their back at all. They've given so many different conflicting stories, statements, etc. If that's the two star witnesses, I think that Brian Butler and Steve Shoring will have a field day cross-examining them.
All right, Nick Mudd, always interesting of the Mudd Law Group. I appreciate you following the case so closely,
Yes,
giving us your time. We'll be joining him again down the road. Let's check in with Alden German real quick on a big change in our weather.
All right, guys. So that's the Bardstown Murders, as well as Crystal Rogers. And that's the newest updated stuff. That there is, like I said, the trial and stuff that's coming down, and this and that. And I'm hoping, and I hope what they just said does not happen. I pray it does not happen. Because if Houck goes free, that's it, guys. That's bad. That's very bad. I don't think it will, though. I don't. I have faith that this is going to work out. Hold on.
I don't know, that made my brain mush trying to keep up and follow.
There's so much of it. It's just insane. And I know I had it a little bit unorganized, and I'm sorry for that, because there were things I forgot about, blah, 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 blah. So,
Probably wouldn't have mattered. My brain would have been mush.
right. The Ellis family did do they did have a conversation with a news channel that they also believe. Hold on a minute. I think I forgot this one too. Sorry, guys. I had so much of it. They believe that it's connected to Crystal Rogers as well. Thought I brought everything. So much stuff.
KS 11 News, our coverage on the big development last week, and one of the top mysteries in Bardstown is continuing here tonight. In Nelson County, there are 4 families waiting for answers in 4 different high-profile cases. Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Doug Proffitt.
And I'm Shay McAllister. One of those families got big news last week with an arrest in the Crystal Rogers case, but her family isn't the only one paying attention.
Do you feel like an arrest in Crystal's case is bringing you closer to some movement in Jason's?
I think it's hard for us because there hasn't been a lot of new information on Jason's case from the very beginning. We've kind of been at a standstill from the beginning. For us, there's a possibility that the cases are connected. And so for us, that makes us very hopeful that if they can make traction on one, that it'll bring answers for others. But then also, it could not be connected. And then where does that leave us when there's not been any new information on Jason's case?
Bardstown police officer Jason Ellis was killed on his way home from work in May of 2013. Investigators called it an ambush, describing purposefully placed tree limbs right on the highway exit that lured that public servant from his vehicle before he was shot and killed. Well, today in an interview you'll only see here on WHAS 11, I sit down with the Ellis family.
What were they even doing there? I don't know. Messing with mom, obviously.
For this family, photos are sacred, bringing them back to better times.
There he is. That's Jason.
Memories this mother
Yeah, that's when he went to the police academy.
hopes to never forget.
Oh, my little boy.
It's been a while since you guys have sat down to do an interview. Why did today feel like an okay time?
I definitely think it's time to talk about him more. It's been 10 years with no answers. It's been 10 years with no arrest made for his case either. So I definitely think it's time to start speaking up and almost demanding the answers that I think we deserve.
In between her daughters, Jason's sisters, Pam Deerwester puts it simply.
The bottom line is Jason was a good guy.
A good guy they want to see remembered for who he was, not how he died. Something they say will only happen when his case is closed.
There is some momentum happening in other cases. We're kind of getting that boost again to feel a little more confident that time could be coming for answers.
Investigators have never fully linked Jason's case to Crystal Rogers, but in 2020, the FBI told us they believed answers in one.
That's actually a good point, Matahari. If you think about it, it makes sense. There's too much to go through at one time. Great point, though.
Bardstown case could lead to answers in others. The family agrees.
It's hard to not go there, though, too, because there seem to be similar people connected to each case.
So news of the arrest in Crystal's case was welcomed. It was also surprising.
It's hard not to be caught off guard, though. You know, you scroll Facebook or pop on the news, and then it's all these developments. An investigator can't even call me and tell me that this is kind of coming down the pipeline.
What's your communication like with investigators on Jason's case?
That's probably been the most disappointing part for us because we don't hear anything. Outside, maybe the first couple of months after Jason was killed, it's kind of been radio silence.
They're in Kentucky, we're in Ohio.
Right.
So we're not easy access like maybe Crystal's mom.
Do you guys ever go to Bardstown for any reason?
We were just there not too long ago.
Yeah?
Yeah. What's it like when you visit?
Loving.
They're very open arms with us and very loving with us.
I definitely think there's also an eerie feel.
It is. That's what I was going to
Because
say.
there's a lot of new people we don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah.
And you feel it.
It's odd. You feel the dark cloud and the tension.
For Lacey, Jason's baby sister, there's a reason she feels that way. Some lingering questions about who might be behind her brother's death.
What police officer's case is still open in the United States? It makes me think that they don't want it solved. They're burying stuff under the rug. And
Or there's more behind
there's
the
too much that's going to come out.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me nervous.
The one thing they're certain of.
We know the FBI isn't not fully on Jason's case, but I think there's more going on behind the scenes than we even know.
And they hope when answers do arrive, they get all of them.
We want to make sure that when this goes down, everybody who was responsible
Have to answer for it.
we deserve it.
Yeah. I think we all deserve it. I think everybody in that town that has lost somebody deserves it.
Kentucky State Police is the lead on Jason Ellis's case, but the FBI says they're accepting and working tips on all of the Bardstown cases. You can report information anonymously at crystalrogerstaskforce.com/tips. Now, more on that man arrested in Crystal Rogers' case last week. It's Joseph Lawson. He's charged with tampering with physical evidence and conspiracy to commit murder. His next court date is set for the end of October. Lawson's currently in federal custody.
So there we are. And like I said, as updates come in this, I will definitely be doing updates here. Hold on. Let's see something. I'm trying to find whether or not Sherry got custody. If anybody knows if Sherry ended up with custody of Eli, somebody please let me know. By the way, that bond reduction thing was denied, just so everybody knows. There was a third person that was arrested that was offered immunity within this, was the other Lawson. Just making sure I've covered everything for you guys here. Bear with me. Okay. Joseph Lawson was the first one charged, of course. By the way, they do have more than a terabyte of digital discovery in this, and I think that's going to help. I pray to God that the Lawson thing puts everything to bed and that there's no way that Houck gets off. I think I got it all, guys. I definitely think I do. Let's see, it's 3, 4. Yeah, we got just a little bit of time. And I don't want you guys to forget, Doodlebug has a premiere coming up here. It'll be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys. About a really, really crazy situation going on that needs a lot of awareness brought to it. I would love to see you guys all there supporting that if you would. There is the link for Doodle's channel. If you don't have it, please jump on over there, along with Mama Bear's link too. Both of them, you can do it at the same time. Click them both and jump at the same time. Split yourself in half and go like this. Anyway, I'm just kidding. Make sure you support Doodlebug for that as well, guys. It's going to be an amazing show, and we really need to hear about it because I'm sure once she's done, I'm going to cover it too and make as much noise as we can. So please jump over and support Doodle with that here. Like I said, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I believe it would be 2 Central, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. I always get it screwed up. Anyway, so that should be another good show, guys. And you're going to want to hear this one. It kind of, from my understanding, reminds me, Mama Bear said it reminds her a bit of a Timmy D situation with Miss Barbara, sadly. We see enough of this. So we shall check it out and support Doodle with what she's doing to make some noise on this one and get some attention brought to it because it definitely needs it. Eddie says, whenever a lot of money is involved in people in positions of power or getting payoff to allow to continue to happen, you know, justice is very unlikely. Good point, buddy. It's sad, but it's true. I just want to make sure I covered everything on this. Like I said, there's so much. Hold on. I did get an update. I don't know if you guys want me to do this or not. It's up to you. On the Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullins situation, Judge Mullins. I'm sorry. Somebody gave me a heads up on that. I don't know if anybody wants me to cover that now. If you want me to wait, guys, it's up to you. If you want me to run through that update on that situation now, put a 1 in the chat. If you want me to wait until maybe later or tomorrow or something, put a 2. We have just a little bit of time left here, and I could probably run it. 7 months ago, it was put out that Houck's attorney was still trying to keep the murder trials separate from the other ones. I don't know which would be better, whether trying them together or apart. If you want me to run that one now, I can. Or there were some updates in the Gene Hackman situation. Let me know. I'll give you guys a choice. I can run the updates in the Gene Hackman situation. We can talk a little bit about that. Or I can give you the update in the Mickey Stein situation, and we can talk about that. There you go. I'll give you guys a choice. You want me to run the Mickey Stein stuff? Okay. Oh, wait, Walt said Gene. Of course you did. Walt's got to throw the wrench into the gears. We got 1 Gene and 2 Stein. 1 for Steins and 2 for Gene. There we go. I just don't want to waste no airtime. If I can put something else out there for you guys, sure. We got another show coming up down the road within a week here about Brian Koberger being autistic. Yeah. Again, as I like to say, miss me with that bullshit.
Walt said Mickey Stein's is good too. So.
Yeah, it's okay, Walt. I just wanted to give you guys an option to. Either way, I'm gonna talk about them both eventually. I just want to know what you guys want to hear first. D. Warner, have not yet. I don't know how many people know about that one, Tomboy. Actually, I could show you that too. I don't know if you guys remember D. Warner that was murdered in 2021. I'll just show you that real quick here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. It won't. It's not that long anyway. So, and then by that time, everybody will have answered. Yeah, for those of you that are familiar with the D. Warner situation, she was murdered in 21. This will give you an update on that. And Eddie said, Gene, okay, sounds good.
With the murder of mother of 5, D. Warner. Today, a second person will be arraigned in connection with the murder of mother of 5, D. Warner.
Now, this is a story that has gripped so many here in Southeast Michigan for the last 4 years, and this saga continues to evolve.
Dee's family has waited so long for some kind of closure, but it sounds like they're now closer than ever.
Well, Dee disappeared from her Lenawee County home back in 2021. In 2023, her husband, Dale Warner, was arrested and charged with her murder, but her body wasn't found until August of 2024 on Dale's property. And now that brings us to present day and a stunning second arrest over the weekend.
And 7 News Detroit reporter Ryan Marshall is joining us live this morning, circling back with Dee's family in light of this new development. And Ryan, how are they feeling about the second arrest?
Well, good morning to you. They're feeling at peace. They tell us, and they say that they are certainly at peace that Michigan State Police is doing their due diligence in this case. They also tell us that the new arrest, that person is Dee's adult stepson, and that when he is arraigned in court later on today, they plan to be right there in the courtroom. Now, Dee was 52 years old when she disappeared in April of 2021 near her Tecumseh home. Her husband, Dale, has already...
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember. That's a good way to remember. She was found in that sealed tanker trailer, guys. I think we talked about this a while back. It was a fertilizer trailer, yes. I think that they shoved her in there thinking that the fertilizer might break the body down and stuff like that. This is wild, Matahari. I remember talking about it slightly. I didn't get into the whole case, but I did like touch on it at one point a while back. So, okay, Peggy, we'll do that too. You guys win. So anyway, this is a wild situation. Now knowing that Dale's son has been arrested, okay, in connection as well. But it didn't, because he cleaned it out. Thank you. Good point. It is horrible, Matahari. Absolutely horrible.
Already been charged with open murder and tampering with evidence. Last June, a judge ruled that Dale would stand trial in this case. And then 2 months later, in August of 2024, and 3 years after her initial disappearance, Michigan State Police found Dee's body in a sealed anhydrous ammonia tank on property owned by Dale. Now, a spokesperson for Dee's family tells our sister station in Toledo that the latest suspect was arrested over the weekend on charges of accessory to murder and tampering with evidence.
It really is just like reopening a wound every time. And yeah, we have a long road ahead. And I can honestly say I'm not positive that this is even going to be the last arrest.
There's not been justice yet because there's been no conviction. And now we have another potential. Well, we have an arrest. We know that for sure. But we have to figure out exactly what these charges are going to be.
All right.
Yeah, it's true, because it would have exploded. If you'd have sealed that off with the fertilizer inside, it basically kind of creates a bomb per se in some senses. So, yes.
Back here live now, and we're not naming the man until the stepson, until that arraignment has happened later on today. But according to records, he has already posted bond and is no longer in police custody. As for the father, Dale, he's set to stand trial in September, but he continues to maintain his innocence. We're live here in Monroe County this morning. I'm Ryan Marshall for 7 News Detroit This Morning.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why that happened. Hold on a minute. It wasn't done. Let's try to finish that up now.
People are going to be following in just another chapter of this disturbing saga. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Now it's done. Okay. Sorry. So, yeah, I'll cover the updates on Stein's stuff here in maybe later or tomorrow. But right now, we're going to see what happened with Mr. Hackman, the newest updates with this. Where is it at? Here.
Death of legendary actor.
Now, supposedly, the 911 call here they put out, this was just a few hours ago, that there reveals some new details that were not put out initially. I guess. I don't know. We'll see.
Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa, the couple along with their dog, found dead in their New Mexico. Death of legendary actor Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa, the couple along with their dog, found dead in their New Mexico home this week by a maintenance worker. Listen, this is part of the 911 call.
Are they awake?
I have no idea.
Are they breathing?
I have no idea. I'm not inside the house. It's closed. It's locked. I can't go in. But I see them. She's laying down on a floor from the window.
Officials found the home's door open, prescription pills scattered next to Hackman's wife. Police say they
Now that was kind of strange because in the 911 call, the maintenance worker says, I can't go in, the door's locked. But when the police got there, the door was open. Which way is it, folks? Let's think. That's a little strange to me. I'm sorry. Did they, I wonder if they went in after maybe they said that, or who knows? Anyway, moving on. Am I wrong? That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just making sure it wasn't just me.
found the body of a German Shepherd in the bathroom closet. 2 other dogs were found alive on the property. A search warrant does reveal investigators believe the deaths were suspicious enough in nature to require a thorough search and investigation. And we do want to bring in News Nation law and justice contributor Jennifer Coffendorfer. Jennifer, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having
I didn't know Jen was in this. I'm sorry, everybody. Just hold on to your chair. Take a deep breath. I'm sorry, everyone. My apologies. Jesus Lord.
Oh boy.
having me, Natasha.
And so it's interesting to track this. Initially, police say there were no signs of foul play. And then by the afternoon, officials deemed it suspicious. What is standing out to you among all of these details in the investigation?
Well, first of all, anytime you have 2 bodies deceased at the same place at the same time, that in and of itself is suspicious. And
Let's not state the obvious there, Jen.
I mean, thanks for Jen. We got you there. I'm good. Thank God, you guys, that she's out there doing her thing, because I'd have never figured that one out. Jennifer Koppenhacker at her best, you guys.
and then, of course, the dog also being deceased added to that suspicion. And then the pills being found scattered about the whole.
So, guys, if you didn't understand or even catch on in the very beginning, when you come on a scene where there's 2 people, a dog, and pills scattered, that's suspicious. Think about it. I'm glad we know this now. Learn something new every day. Thank God for Jennifer Hackenkopper. Hey, JC.
The whole situation really is quite alarming.
You know, you said the couple's digital activity will be crucial in this investigation. Tell me more about that.
The reason the digital information from both of their cell phones is so important, Natasha, is because cell phones can track movement. And that's what they are going to look into. When did those cell phones cease not only to be used, but cease to move?
There's also pacemaker data here. What do you make of this?
This information is critical. It shows that Gene Hackman's last use of his heart was clear back on February 17th.
I did not hear him say the door was locked, though. Oh, he did. Yeah, I'll back it up, Eddie. He absolutely said that. And then right after that, they said that when police arrived, that the door was left ajar, per se. And we had heard that the other day, too. But yeah, I'll back it up, bud. Hold on a minute here. Anything I can do to back away from Coppendorfer? Hold on here. And then I'll jump back to it. Hold on.
Police say they found the body of a German Shepherd in the bathroom closet.
Laying down on a floor. It's locked. I can't go in. But I'm not inside the house. It's closed. It's locked. I can't go in. But I see them. She's laying down.
See it right there? It's locked and I can't go in. Hey, Truth Seeker. Thank you for being here. That's what I was thinking too. Truth is maybe they didn't go back to that back rear door where they found Gene at, where I guess it's the mudroom area.
As if you were walking and moving.
Hang on, I'll get back to where we were.
And his glasses are right there. His cane is right.
Also, no trauma on the bodies. I know
Trying to develop. Use of his heart was cleared back on February 17th. So this was 9 days earlier. That says
So that there, guys, is the last recorded information from his heart working was on that date. They've been gone since that time, or at least he's been gone for sure for that time. Sorry about the echo. I'll fix it in a minute. I'm stopped for a minute. Truth, maybe it'll catch up now. Yes, ma'am. So they're showing the timeline here. Santa Fe deputies sent to the home on the 26th at 1:45 p.m. They find the bodies of Betsy and Jean, 2 different rooms, and the dog in the closet. And the dog was inside for everybody who doesn't understand that, was inside like a kennel cage in that closet, which is why I believe the dog passed away. That's my opinion, because of no food or water possibly for that period of time. February 26th at 9:30 p.m. The scene considered safe after carbon monoxide testing, because that's what I thought it was in the beginning. And that's when the search warrant was issued. Both bodies sent off for autopsies. The initial results show that there's no external trauma, but official autopsy test results are pending, along with the toxicology, of course. So
a lot in terms of this timeline that they're trying to develop. And it also explains.
You said go back 2 minutes? Where to? Okay, right here.
This information is critical. It shows that Gene Hackman's last use of his heart was clear back on February.
Okay, stop. I stopped. What's up now? What am I doing? Tomboy. I'll be listening, but the cats all decided I look like a couch and it's hard to miss it. Yeah, I understand, Matahari. You're fine. If the dog wasn't in the kennel, we would speculate that the dog ate some of the spilled medic. Yeah, that's what I thought in the beginning, Moonlit. Initially, I thought possibly that, until we realized the dog was locked in the cage the whole time and had to have been dehydration and or starvation. So yes. Okay, I can go now. Thank you, Tom.
17th. So this was 9 days earlier. That says a lot in terms of this timeline that they're trying to develop. And it also explains some of the mummification, as we're told, far into death of these bodies. This explains a lot to us.
And what do you make of some of the details? No carbon monoxide on the bodies. I know many minds immediately went there due to the nature of the 2 bodies and a dog. Also, no trauma on the bodies.
Right. This is what I'm seeing, Natasha, is you see Gene Hackman in the mudroom and his glasses are right there. His cane is right there, as if he were walking and moving. And then suddenly, perhaps because of a heart event, I'm thinking, perhaps collapsed there and passed. Betsy comes upon him and sees this. It seems like she goes into the hall bath, not into her bathroom, but to the closest bathroom there. Again, dealing with all of these medications which are slung. We have a space heater that seems to fall right near her face. It seems as she falls. It makes me wonder if she took something in those pills and it was something that caused immediate death for her as well.
A horrifying situation. What do the locations of these bodies tell us in this investigation? It sounds like that what you just described is what you're piecing together, at least initially, until there's more information.
That's a good point. The pacemakers should show. I'm not 100% on how they work. I think they do, but yeah, I think it would show a cardiac event.
Yeah, they can download the information from it and see.
Yeah. They haven't put that out yet, so yes.
Yep.
That's a good point, Tomboy. Thank you for that. Very good point. That's interesting. So, okay.
Yes, initially. And again, I thought it was interesting that the sheriff didn't want to say exactly what medications were there. He said they were for thyroid. He said they were for heart. Well, remember, oftentimes you take pain relief for heart pain. Could they have been, and this is often prescribed, fentanyl for heart pain? We don't know that. We don't know what was in those pills, but I think it's really important that he withheld that, citing HIPAA, and he also said those pills are going to be key.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cap, good to see you, brother. I'm glad you're here today. My theory is Gene went to go outside with his sunglasses and pass in a mud drop. Yes. See, my theory is what Tomboy came up with. That's the one I've stuck with. But now that Tomboy has now again challenged that same theory that she came up with. Okay, Mama Bear. If he would have had a cardiac event that she was trying to run to grab medication to help him for, it would have registered on that, maybe on the pacemaker. Unless it went beyond the pacemaker, it was such a strong event, which I still think it would register because it would have tried to shock that scenario, or it would have tried to do its job in that situation. I'm sorry, can't talk today. She has Moonlit, from my understanding. His wife had some form of kidney issues. I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, it would still show. I agree with that. Candy's cousin had WPW in his first payment. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Agreed. So that kind of backs away from your theory at some point there a little bit. Too much thyroid medication can cause a heart problem from rapid increase in pulse rate. Good point too. So now I'm going back and thinking again, trying to see what else it could be. That's interesting. Thanks for bursting my bubble, Tomboy. I really thought that was a really, really, really good theory too. Betsy went to put the dog in the closet because he was agitated, went to grab his pill, and had a medical event. Something's not right somewhere. Not sure. Oh, definitely, Paula. Definitely glad they're investigating it, yes.
To determine what happened.
Okay. News Nation Law and Justice contributor Jennifer Coffendoffer, appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen.
Okay, I think there was another update too. Hold on. The bubble that you created by giving me a good theory to go with, and then you just burst it. Okay, we got this new one here from just a couple hours back.
Now bring in retired.
Hold on.
Now bring in retired captain for the Los Angeles Police Department, Jerry Rodriguez. Jerry, thanks for hopping on with me. I mean, it's just such a confusing case, right? They say there's no foul play, but it is suspicious. And they say carbon monoxide wasn't it. So in your mind, in your 26 years in law enforcement, what possibilities are still left on the table?
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. Look, this is something that really plays out every day, but this is unique. This is getting not only national, but I would argue even international. So what law enforcement has to do is to really be thorough, methodical, and not leave one stone unturned. So they need to start from the outside, work their way all the way in, and not only identify, capture, retain, and test every piece of evidence. And the reality is, when cases like this, when there's no obvious sign of foul play, no trauma to the body, no crime visible, it's really a joint effort, law enforcement and the medical examiner, to determine the manner and cause of death. And I think that's where we are now. It does seem very different, the manner with which they were found, the time, and their reclusiveness also makes it difficult. But the police department, working in conjunction with the ME, I trust and I know will eventually come up with a cause.
Yeah, and speaking of the medical examiner, you know, authorities were pretty quick to tell us that it wasn't a carbon monoxide poisoning or a leak. Would that same test, though, have indicated what else was or wasn't in their system at that time?
No, I believe we heard also that they've done a they're waiting for a toxicology that will tell us what, if anything, was in their systems at the time. There's a lot of other tests. So your first question, no, I don't believe that the test was very specific for the carbon monoxide. And that's something that we look at right away in a location like this, an event like this, where there's no other sign of trauma or foul play. That was ruled out rather quickly. The other thing would be a serial killer or some of that nature, which is of grave concern to the community. That was not the case as well. So now we just need to meticulously analyze and test all of the gathered evidence, including all of the results conducted on their remains.
Yeah, and as Brooke was reporting right before this and kind of teed us up, she was sharing that authorities are having a difficult time creating a timeline on their deaths. One of the things that keeps standing out to me is that in these reports, Captain, they keep talking about the decay to her body, the mummification in her hands and feet, but we're not hearing that same information about him. I mean, maybe we're just not getting the full story here, but does that indicate to you that she went first?
No, I wouldn't say that at all. And in fact, I'll tell you, from law enforcement, we really hesitate on saying anything like that, especially when it is in the purview of the medical examiner.
So what else will they be having trouble with in creating a timeline? I know they have the last events on his pacemaker being, I believe it was February 17th. What other challenges are they facing in creating a timeline?
Well, I think the fact that no one was there or nor was nearby in some of the normal neighborhoods, neighbors can see a person coming or going or can talk about the last time they saw them. I would be looking for any digital evidence within the house or outside of the house that can track maybe when they let the dogs out, when they come or go, or maybe even cameras or any other devices that were, turned on or turned off. If they turn on the alarm every night, turn it off, etc. You're going to be combing all of that available information to gather that timeline. In this case, it will be a little more difficult, but that means they're going to have to take their time and really dig in and interview anyone and everyone that may have had some information.
And I know, to your point, this has now garnered international attention, everybody on the edge of their seat wanting more information. When do you think we might get some more info on those toxicology reports, kind of a realistic timeline for more scoop here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Marky. And I know that as fans of Mr. Hackman, we all want that information. It is in no interest. It is not in the best interest of law enforcement or the ME to rush it, because once you put something out, you can never retract it fully. So it's important that they take their time to put out qualified, supported information. I suspect whether they put it out or not, they'll start to get some information probably 2 to 3 weeks, maybe a month after some of these tests have been commenced.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com.
Exactly, Cap. I think. Oh. Yeah, here we go.
I think we just found one.
I'm not sure if we listened to this yet. I don't think. No, this is not the one from yesterday. Okay, hold on.
I think we just found one deceased person inside the house. But there's no I'm going to wait for you at the gate. I'm going to wait for you to get into my little crate.
More questions than answers after the brand new search warrant drops as to how Hollywood legend Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy Arakawa, and their dog died. The three discovered this week inside their Santa Fe, New Mexico home. And some reports say they allegedly had signs of mummification.
We're not ruling it out. What I did state was there was no obvious sign or indication of foul play. There was no immediate sign of foul play. Haven't ruled that out yet. This is an investigation, so we're keeping everything on the table.
Sorry for the act.
We're diving into the latest from law enforcement, what that brand new search warrant reveals, and what the alleged mummification of one of the bodies tells us about what could have happened. We're On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It's been more than 24 hours since we learned of the deaths of acting legend Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy Arakawa, and their dog inside their Santa Fe, New Mexico home. Police say they don't suspect foul play, but their deaths are suspicious enough to warrant a full investigation that is continuing on as we speak. Here are some of the quick facts that we do know at this point before we jump into the details of that search warrant and the uncensored 911 call. Deputies say that a maintenance worker grew concerned when he arrived for work at the 95-year-old Hackman's house, and there was no answer at the door. That worker then contacted the neighborhood security, which did a welfare check and saw Hackman and his wife on the floor through an outdoor window. Deputies say Hackman was found in a mudroom with a cane and sunglasses nearby. His wife, 64-year-old classical pianist Betsy Arakawa, was found in a bathroom. A prescription bottle and pills were found on the bathroom counter near her. Deputies say they also found a dog in a kennel that had died. There were 2 other dogs still alive on the property. Here's part of the 911 call from someone who identifies themselves as a caretaker for the property, who's telling the dispatcher that they can see the bodies through the window from the outside. Listen to this.
Are they awake?
I have no idea.
Are they breathing?
I have no idea. I'm not inside the house. It's closed. It's locked. I can't go in. But I see them. She's laying down on a floor from the window.
Okay.
Exactly, Kat.
They appear to be completely awake.
On the way?
Do they appear to be awake or alert?
No. It's not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Did you hear them talk or cry?
No.
Okay. Okay. Are they moving at all?
No, dude, they're not moving. Just send somebody out here really quick.
Okay, my units are underway, okay?
I'm sorry?
My units are underway right now. And
Now you can hear the panic in that maintenance worker's voice after what they say they saw through that window. When deputies arrived, they say Arakawa's body was in the process of decomposing and there were signs of mummification in her hands and feet. This is all information gathered from that brand new search warrant. Here's what else we learned. 6 things of interest were collected from the Santa Fe home. 2 green cellular devices, thyroid medication, dilitazem medication, which is, by the way, a calcium channel blocker that typically treats high blood pressure, Tylenol, MyQuest records, and a 2025 monthly planner. The search warrant also breaks down the specific details on the timeline of this investigation. We know at 1:43 in the afternoon on February 26, which was Wednesday, the 911 call that you just heard was placed. 2 deputies were dispatched to Hackman's house. The deputies spoke with the 2 people on scene, that maintenance worker and caretaker that we mentioned before. One of the deputies approached the front door and found it slightly open, and he noted in the search warrant he didn't find any signs of forced entry. When he went inside, he found the bathroom door, which was close to the entrance to the home, wide open. And that's when he found Hackman's wife lying on her right side on the ground. A black space heater was found near her head, and the deputy believed the heater could have fallen in the event the female abruptly fell to the ground. The deputy also noticed an orange prescription bottle on the counter, and there were pills scattered on the countertop. This is also where the deputy spotted mummification to both Arakawa's hands and feet. The deputy inside the home kept searching and later found a dead German Shepherd. That's one of the family's dogs. The dog was about 10 to 15 feet from Hackman's wife in a closet of the bathroom. Hackman was found shortly after in the mudroom with his slippers on and a walking cane by his side. According to the deputy, he felt, based on his training, that Hackman had suddenly fallen. 2 other healthy dogs were found on the property. One was inside, one was outside. Also, from the search warrant, we know the remainder of the property was locked and secured. There were no signs that the home had been rummaged through, and nothing appeared to be out of place. Investigators also noted that the fire department did not locate any signs of carbon monoxide leaks or poisoning. The gas company also responded to the home and did active testing of the gas lines in and around the home. There were no signs or evidence indicating that there were any problems associated with the pipes on the property. The search warrant wraps up by stating the cause of Hackman and his wife's deaths are unknown. It is still unclear how long this couple may have been dead. Here's what the Santa Fe sheriff told local media in a news conference about that. This video is from local TV station KOAT.
All I can say is they have been deceased for quite a while. You know, that's a determination that's better suited for OMI and the experts, but it sounds like they had been deceased for a while, and I don't want to take a guess in reference to how long that was.
I want you to see the place where Gene Hackman lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Just a beautiful property. According to Zillow, this house was worth more than $3.3 million. And you can see from this satellite picture from Zillow's website just how remote this house was. Hackman moved to Santa Fe in the 80s. He told Architectural Digest in 1990 that he wanted to live in New Mexico because he fell in love with the place after shooting some movies there. At this hour, authorities are continuously working to put the puzzle pieces together. So with so much anticipation for the autopsies of Gene Hackman, his wife, and even the family dog that was found passed away, I want to talk to Dr. Michelle Dupree, who is a former medical examiner as well as a former police officer. So the perfect person to talk to as we're all trying to figure out what happened. Doctor, good to see you. Before we get into the specifics and some of the science, because I really want to dive into that, just in terms of what we know at this point, and in your experience as an investigator, but also a medical examiner, how common is it to have this type of death investigation where there are just so many questions so many days later?
It's really.
Yeah, we covered Dane this morning. Is there anything new on that, Mom, by chance that you know of? But we put him out this morning first. There's a 2-year-old missing that is getting coverage on X. Yeah, if mainstream should be probably doing a lot more about something like that. That's very true. Is there anything new on that you know of by chance, though? Just out of curiosity, I haven't seen any updates yet.
Really not all that common. In fact, that's one of the reasons that we do an investigations. It's one of the reasons we do an autopsy, is to find answers to these things. And it is still very early in this investigation.
Doctor, mummification is a word that was used by authorities when describing the state of Betsy Arakawa, who's Gene Hackman's wife. Many people hear mummification, you think of ancient Egypt and all that. But in your world, what does that tell you that her hands and feet were in that state when she was found?
Thank you, Mom.
Well, it does tell us that the body had been there for a while. And we see mummification when it's a dry, arid sort of environment. And it depends on, the environment in the house and where she was found. But probably, the body had been there for a couple of weeks. That tends to happen, first of all, in the fingers, because that's the place where there's the least amount of skin and tissue. So that's not really uncommon.
And knowing Santa Fe, that is a dry climate, how would that impact the state that the bodies are in compared to if they were found in a place like Florida that's far more humid?
Well, we have different types of decomposition, actually, and mummification is what we find in those dry, arid climates. In a place like Miami or someplace where it's cooler, maybe more humid, we'll find a different kind of decomposition. It's called saponification, where the body just kind of almost liquefies. And so it depends on where they're found in that location.
So based off what we know at this point, which was there was also some bloating in her face, you have the mummification, the decomposition of the body. What does that tell you? I know you said a couple weeks. What do you think the timeline is, if you had to guess, as how long this couple may have been passed away for?
Well, again, the information that I have right now, not having seen the bodies, I would say, probably 2 weeks around that time frame. And again, remember that time of death is always an estimate. Based on the last time the person was actually seen and when they're found.
Yeah, and I know the maintenance worker said that he had not seen them for a period of time. CO poisoning is something a lot of people, carbon monoxide, thought when you hear that it's both members of the family were dead, but then also this dog that was in a kennel was also found passed away. How, even though that there was not a gas leak that was found in the home, is it possible that CO was still the cause of death for Gene Hackman and his wife?
I think that it is possible. I think right now we have to be very careful about ruling anything out. There's something in law enforcement that we call tunnel vision, and we don't want to just pick up on one thing and go with that. We want to leave our mind and our investigation open to all possibilities. When we do have carbon monoxide poisoning, the body turns a particular reddish kind of color. And so sometimes it's often evident, sometimes it's not as evident. So I think all things are open right now.
During an autopsy, how can you determine, beyond just those visual appearances of CO poisoning, how can you determine if that was the cause of death?
We actually can do a blood test for carboxyhemoglobin, and we can tell that way the percent of concentration in that.
And are there other types of, I just think of toxic fumes that can be in the house that, in your experience, you've seen? I mean, carbon monoxide is the one that a lot of people think about because they hear about it often, but are there other types of cases?
Also, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I believe it was one of Jean's daughters did an interview and stated that even though the carbon monoxide was ruled out, that she still believes possibly that could have been something, even though it was ruled out. So I'm wondering, I've only dealt with, when I've dealt with carbon monoxide, like in person stuff, we would take a detector into the house, run it through. If nothing shows up, there's nothing there. Check the lines, things like that. So I don't know if she's thinking there's another version, which is, I think, what they're about to talk about. I don't know. We'll see. There was something else, but I don't believe that type of a house could have it, called radon. I think it's been years, guys, but this is a long time ago that people were having issues with, and I don't believe that that's considered a version of carbon CO issues. Okay, so, but still, it's been so long. I don't think there are issues with that anymore. Thank you, Rowena. Right? Yes, that's it right there. For sure. So, see you later, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, guys, I don't know if that's what maybe the daughter was thinking, possibly, but her statement makes everybody think that maybe she believes that they still could have lost their life because of that. So it's very sad. Okay, thanks, Walt. There was a 14-year-old girl dismembered last week. How many have covered her? How many even knew? Where did that happen at, Mom?
Where you see those toxic fumes that do exist in our homes, but may not get as much attention.
There are, again, very rare. Carbon monoxide is the most common, but there are also other things, that we should consider besides just carbon monoxide poisoning. And it could be a variety of causes, and that's why we try to keep our mind and the investigation open.
Where's your mind going when you see what we know thus far and what the causes of death could be?
Actually, I think that we'll probably find a reasonable explanation for this. I don't know at this point what that might be. One thing that I think might be maybe confusing the issue a little bit is the dog. And I think that we should be cautious to remember that perhaps if Gene Hackman and his wife both died,
Good point, Kat.
have just simply starved to death because he was locked up. He wasn't able to get to food. So that's one consideration. It may not be the only one.
How long could an autopsy take? I know that there could be. We were talking with a lawyer yesterday when this news first broke, who's from Santa Fe and has experience with the ME's office. They're saying that there's a bit of a backlog, but assuming that this case would get some sort of maybe get to the front of the line, how long could it take until we get some answers?
Well, the actual autopsy itself, as you may know, is 3 parts. It's the actual visual inspection of the body, and there was no trauma found at the time.
That's true. Thank you, Mama Bear.
Examination. And then, of course, the third thing is the toxicology. And toxicology is typically where the autopsy takes the longest to get results back. And that simply depends on how backed up the laboratory might be. Various laboratories have different time frames. It could be months. I hope it won't be, but that is possible that it could be months.
How common is it? I know I talked about how common some of these cases are, but where there's really no apparent clues at this point. And also Betsy Arakawa, she was in her 60s, so still relatively young compared to Gene Hackman, who was 95 years old and had looked frail in recent years. But to be at this point where there's seemingly no evidence of what may have happened, how often have you seen that?
Actually, again, it's more common than you might hope. But we look at everything. We look at the totality of circumstances. We look at the crime scene and any indications there might be there. There was reported some prescription pills there. What were those pills? How many were there? What are the dates on those pills? And then, of course, toxicology will bear that out if any of those were actually ingested. But we also look at anything else. We call them scene markers to determine, what might have happened. I understand that there was no signs of a struggle. That's a good thing. So we take a look at everything and basically go where the evidence leads us.
Yeah, and turning to kind of putting on your former police officer hat, because when I think of the messaging that's come out from this sheriff's office, and it's the original no signs or there's no believed to be signs of foul play, but then the sheriff has said that everything is still on the table. When you're making a determination that there is no signs of foul play, what goes into that to then go public and make that statement?
Well, of course, the first thing is we look at the body. Is there any signs of trauma outwardly on the body itself? If there are none, then we look at the rest of that, the scene. Did there appear to be a struggle? Were things in disarray? Were drawers open, like someone was searching through something to look for something? And apparently none of those things really existed. However, it's a little bit unusual to find a husband and wife, both deceased, in different parts of the house for no apparent cause. And so that's why I think terminating this as suspicious is absolutely appropriate.
I wondered too if there was maybe a nurse that would come by maybe once a week or something like that to help make sure everything was going okay. I know that he was quite dependent on her care, his wife's care of him. That was a statement that was put out too, but I still wondered, even at her age, if maybe they did bring somebody in to help with other things. But if it had been 9+ days, possibly nobody called anything. So maybe not. I don't know, you guys, but yeah, it's a good point, Truth.
Appropriate. It leads us to open the investigation, to dig further into it, and to try and find the answer.
I think that's who that was, Rowena, the maintenance worker. I think true that's very possibly who that was that called 911. Was maybe like they said maintenance worker, but that could be somebody that just is a groundskeeper, does like lawn care and landscaping and takes care of anything else that may be going wrong with the building. Possibly. That's my opinion, but I don't know for a fact. Just curious, just saying.
Answers.
Now, it'll be very interesting to see how this story is pieced together. Certainly a lot of interest, especially considering Gene Hackman, one of the great actors of all time, and a lot of attention now on the medical examiner there in Santa Fe, New Mexico, doing that test. And I'm sure you know very well what it's like to go through the pressure of making sure you figure out exactly what happens. And that's kind of just for you having done that. What is it like? I mean, what type of pressure is this medical examiner under, knowing the examination that they're doing is going to be something that so many people will have be focused on when it gets released?
All right, guys, and that's that with that. So yeah, that case Mom's talking about, I did cover that Saturday, I think it was, maybe Friday or Saturday. I remember. I think Arctic sent it over. We covered it at that point. So yeah, definitely. But she's right. Like when mainstream media doesn't do anywhere near remotely close enough coverage of missing children, missing people, missing any situations like what she just brought up too. And they do put a lot of energy into, of course, we all know, celebrity and things like that, because they know that's what is going to get their views, their ratings, and all that crap. And it's sad because they have all the ability to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? They absolutely could cover missing children, like that dismemberment case of that little. I mean, it's very, 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 very easily done, but they're made to cover certain things. It's really kind of sad. It really is kind of sad, just saying. So, I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Maybe that'll change one of these days. That would be amazing, I think. I guess there's one thing that they had an expert look at with the Hackman case that CNN put out a while back, saying that there's something about the whole scene that is very troubling that may come along within the investigation. So we'll see what happens. Of course, the autopsy and toxicology is going to give a whole lot more answers, but it's going to take some time. And just a little bit of a statistic, everybody. According to the CDC, which is the Centers for Disease Control, at least 430 people die annually in the United States from accidental carbon monoxide poisoning, while electric space heaters do not produce carbon monoxide. Non-electric space heaters, propane gas, natural gas, kerosene, wood, can if incomplete combustion occurs. Thank you for that interesting piece of information there, Mama Bear, for everybody that doesn't know that.
You're welcome.
Good to know those things. So again, guys, here in just a few minutes, Doodlebug, our time, has a great, it's going to be great, of course, show coming up about a case that needs a lot of attention, okay, and awareness brought to it. So I hope everybody is able to jump on over there. I did throw her link in here a little bit ago. Let me try it one more time. I think. I know. We do need you guys jumping on this link here, though, because this is Mama Bear's link. If you have not yet jumped over there, subscribed, hit the notification bell, and shared it out, please do. And hit the like button. Very, very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Please, thank you. And of course, we do need to support our Doodlebug. She's going to be covering this case within her missing hour, she calls it. So I would love to see everybody jump on over there if you can. It just takes a second. You can kind of like fly over from here if you want to, actually.
Yep.
And show that.
20 minutes.
Yep, 20 minutes, guys. We got for that one. There's Doodle's link if nobody has it, which I'm sure everybody does by this point. So please jump over, support there. If you can, if you will, it is so very much appreciated. And give me a minute here to throw these other things in here for you guys too. Of course, I think it's usually every night. If I'm wrong, it will be corrected, I'm sure. Please, please, please jump on over and check out Mind of Monsters. She does a show 8:30 Eastern time, 7:30 Central, I think. Somebody will correct me, but there's her link there. If you don't have that yet, Miss Kimber is the co-host and helps her do all that awesome stuff over there when they run their show. It does great. And again, Mama Bear, can you put Kimber's link? I don't have it. I never can get it.
Yep.
Please and thank you.
You're welcome.
And of course, one moment. I think Arctic might be joining Doodle over there for this show today. Here we go. And there is Arctic's link, guys. Please check them out if you will. All of these awesome creators.
Forgot they can't see my side. Duh.
Thank you, Truth. I appreciate you being here. Eddie, thank you so much for being here. I hope to see you more often, Eddie. I really like having you here, buddy. Love your insight into things. And like I said, coming up, guys, there's going to be part 2 of that show we did a while back now. I promise you guys. I was just waiting on some more of the documents and stuff, which they have. So we will be doing that here soon. It's going to be an afternoon show. Mom says, thank you. I'm going to try tonight. He is wanting to go out for birthday dinner, and Duchess has missing Monday tonight. That's true. That's true. That's the other one. Good Lord. Hold on, everyone. Yep, Miss Duchess does do missing Monday, which is a great show, guys. Miss Duchess is amazing. And here is her link, too, for anybody that would like to catch that. Please and thank you. Sounds good, Mom. Either way, you guys, she'll be in there sooner or later, and you can always jump over there. I may be in here later too. I don't know exactly what time. If so, we'll see what happens with my the boss lady when she gets home. What she says goes, and that's all there is to it. But again, absolutely, Mom, no worries. There's Duchess's link, guys. Check it out. I can't remember exactly what time she'll be live, but it will be there. You can jump over and to her page, and it'll show you. Mom, if you do go out for the birthday dinner, enjoy yourself, please, so very much. I think that'll do it for today, Mama Bear. What do you got to say about it? Anything?
Nothing.
All right. And again, like I said, guys, we're going to be streaming here soon, too, from Mama Bear's side of things, too. And a lot more. And Mama Bear's going to be doing a lot more stuff, too. So please tune in. Don't forget over there so that we can get some views going and get that channel growing to where it should be. It should have been a long time ago. Thank you, Blue Crew, for everything you do, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining me.
Mm-hmm.
And wait a minute. I never ate at Outback. Are you serious?
It's the same as Texas Roadhouse.
Nah, their Texas Roadhouse is better.
Yeah, but I mean,
it is kind of the same though. The butter and the rolls are better, I think, at Texas Roadhouse. Well, if you go there, Mom, enjoy it. Please do. Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you guys so very much for joining us today. I do appreciate you, Mama Bear. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I will see you guys later.
All right, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. It's so very important. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And we appreciate you so very much. And we will see you guys so very soon. Have a great rest of your day. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
In the shadows lies the unknown. Echoes whisper where the wind's not blown. Someone's watching from afar unknown. Goosebumps rising, chills to the bone.